Good morning, everyone. Welcome to DELCON 2022, the maiden IEEE Delhi Section International Conference on Electrical, Electronics and Computer Engineering, hosted by Netaji Subhash University of Technology, Dwarka this year. For this session, we have track 1, that is Data Science and Advanced Analytics. We have Dr. Preeti Kaur as the chair for this session. We welcome you, session chairs. I am Arushi, moderator for this session. We have Manish as the presenter and Nityunj as the coordinator. I would like to inform the chair that we have an attendance and remark sheet as well as a form for scores that needs to be filled by the end of the session. So we would like to share it with you. The management team will be sending it to you via WhatsApp. You are requested to follow some instructions. We will call the authors one by one and will present their research work. After completion of the presentation, I will request the authors to unmute themselves for Q&A session. Session chairs are requested to please fill the Google Doc shared with you and upload it after completion of session. In case of any technical issue, please coordinate with Manish or Nityunj in the chat section. You all are requested to stay till the session is over. Now let's start with the session. Firstly, we have paper ID 15707808808, car damage detection and assessment using CNN, and the authors are Atharva Shirode, Tejas Rathod, Parth Vanjari, and Aparna Halbe. Are the authors present?
Hello and welcome to our presentation on our topic car damage detection and assessment using CNN. I am your presenter Atharva Shirode from Sardar Patel Institute of Technology, and we have done this in a group of 3: Atharva Shirode, Tejas Rathod, Parth Vanjari, and under the guidance of our respected ma'am, Professor. So as we can see, technology has been used and advanced in every field. As we can see in the market, every field is associated with technology and advancing them for better and efficient input-output process. So the automobile insurance industry is one such industry which is yet to exploit technology to its full potential. So we wish to propose an advancement in this field. And so coming to the existing approach, as we all know, we have vehicles and we have insurance claim with it whenever we buy the vehicle. So whenever the vehicle undergoes any accident or any such damage, the insurance claim is the first process which we do. So for that, we call up the insurance industry and they set us an appointment with the person who comes to who manually comes to your place and detects the damage and further examines and tells us whether the car can be insured or not. And further, the process of insurance claiming is done online mostly. So this intermediate process where the person is sent manually to detect your damage is proved to be cumbersome and time consuming. It is also seen to be causing problems like claim leakage and consuming of resources for the insurance industry. So hence we propose a model whereby this intermediate process can be automated and hence making it efficient. So the implementation which we have done is in two parts. First part is primary damage detection and second part is damage localization. So for starting the methodology, we had to create a data set. So we had to refer a couple of online resources and click some few real life pictures with different angles, different region of interest, different location, and further we generated labels. We trained the model on the labels generated on various algorithms, and VGC16 was the best out of this because of its linear architecture and its compatibility with object detection, which is our use case. And for damage localization, we have used mask RCNN algorithm, which is an extended version of faster RCNN. So this is the implementation flow diagram of our research project. So this all boxes and the use cases will be discussed further. So coming to VGG16. So this is the architecture of VGG16 modified according to the use case which we have pitched in the research. So the input image requires to be a 224 cross 224 RGB layer, and we have used pre-process input to which is a function of Keras to make our inputted image compatible with the model requirements. And it has 5 fully convolutional layers followed by the pooling layers. The max pooling is performed in this architecture, and it is performed using a 2 cross 2 pixel windows. Then lastly comes the 3 fully connected layers, and the last layer is modified according to the 3 models which we have used inside VGG16. So these 3 models which we have built are damaged or not, location of damage, and severity of damage. So damage or not model finds out whether the inputted image or the car is damaged or not. Further, if the car is damaged, then the model goes on to finding location of the damage. What location of the car is actually damaged, and further we move on to finding the severity of damage, the level of damage under which the car has gone. Next part is mask RCNN. So as I mentioned earlier also, mask RCNN is an extension of faster RCNN, and it is mainly used for object detection and segmenting. So it has multiple layer, the resonate layer, which extracts feature, passes it to RPN, which is a regional proposer network, which predicts if the object is present in that region. And further, we find out the region of interest, which is done by the ROI layer, taking the input of the RPN layer. And lastly, it goes on to the segmentation mask layer, which is the prominent feature of mask RCNN, whereby all objects in the image are segmented and masked, creating the bounding boxes. So accordingly, we have annotated the dataset because mask RCNN being segmentation mask algorithm requires annotated dataset along with a JSON file containing the the coordinates of the annotated images which have been damaged. And accordingly, the JSON file is passed where the mask RCNN model is trained. And the labels under which the model is trained is scratch, dent, shatter, and dislocation. Further, we go on to segmentation. So in an image, there can be multiple segmentation. And to avoid this ambiguity, we have uh, uh, taken a minimum confidence value, which is 80% in our case. So, object having more than 80% confidence segmentation is masked and shown as the appropriate damage region of interest. So this is the accuracy and result. So the BGG model 1 gives 86%, model 2, which is location, gives 82, severity gives 78, which so our BGG model performed quite well. And similarly, the mask RCNN gave 75 to 80% accuracy on our test images, and it correctly segmented those images. So these are some screenshots of the model which we have built on the web app. So this is a case of front and moderate level of damage, and accordingly, the masking of the damage is done using the mask RCNN model. And this is another use case. So our model performs well on the edge cases also, and that's a good thing. And very accurately, it predicts the level of damage along with the masking of the region of interest. So to conclude, we would like to have our model more adaptive. By adaptive, we mean that our model gets trained every time the user gives an input, and makes the model more adaptive, hence increasing the accuracy of the model and making it more accurate over the time. Next, we can find out the internal damage and assess that also. So in the existing model which we have pitched, the model just finds out the outer damage and accordingly classifies it. So if there is a mechanism whereby we can integrate the internal damage model along with the outer damage model, so that could be a very good thing. And lastly, we can provide a rough estimate of the cost which the user has to undergo for insurance claiming based upon the damage which has been assessed. And we would like to finally thank IEEE and DELCON for providing us a platform and giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Now I request the session chair to raise questions, if any.
Atharva, can you hear me?
Yeah, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, yes. You have said that you have created the database. Is there any database already existent? Did you find that?
Yeah, so as I mentioned in my presentation also, I hope you can hear me, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So we referred to some online sources like Kaggle, and to expand the dataset, we also included some real life pictures
So,
based
what is the
upon different
size of the
angles.
data set?
Size of the dataset.
Hello, ma'am. I'm partner with Athava. My name is Tejas. So yeah,
Okay, okay.
we did collect images from different sources. So we had to compress them to 256 cross 256 size. So that it would be easier for us to demonstrate whatever
That is okay. That
algorithms.
is okay. I'm asking what was the size of data set that you have used?
Okay, size of data set. Oh, we had
Yes.
almost 900 to 1000 images.
Okay. And
Yeah.
you are saying that it is 75 to your model is 75 to 80% giving accuracy.
Yeah. Yes.
So it is 80%, almost 75 to 80% accurate. So how are you going to then calculate cost on this basis if it is only 80% accurate?
Yes, ma'am. That is the major task we had to implement in our implementation because it also depends on accuracy as well as it was quite difficult to come up with the price because every company, every different model of car has different price for every different part. So that's what we were thinking, and we have thought of it as a future scope in our project to come up with the exact price of the damage which has been occurred. So as of now, when user will submit the image of the damaged car, the insurance authority will check which places the damages occurred, and then on the basis of the model, they will decide what is the exact, I mean, approximate cost he will have to pay for it. So for now, it is like that, but to automate it we need to have a strong data set which will exactly tell us the cost to repair that damage.
Any other limitation of your work? This is your project or this is your
uh,
research work? You are a PhD students?
no, ma'am, we are
Then,
engineering final year students.
okay,
Project
this
as
is
in yeah, the research as
final
well
year
as we have.
project.
Yeah, we are trying to implement it as much as we can along with the research we are doing.
Okay, so till this point there are many limitations in your work. So any other limitation that you can point out?
Yeah, if I consider it with the implementation point of view, then the most important limitation is that user can upload any image. I mean, even if it's not my car, I can upload that image. So for that, we are considering like you need to upload only the live image, and your location coordinates will also be considered. And on top of that, you must be a registered user for that particular insurance company, so that your details will be checked and verified before you use this system. So yeah, this
There
is
are
one of the
there are many aspects that need to be considered while doing this. So you have not taken care of them so far.
Yes, ma'am. Our main focus was just to focus on the technical part, that we are getting that job done very well, and after that we will consider the limitations and the edge cases. So our primary focus was just to get that damage, you know,
Okay,
find the
okay.
exact damage. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's
Thank
all
you.
from my side.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I request the session chair to update the mark sheet. Let's move ahead. Next we
Uh,
have,
just a moment. You have shared a Google Doc with me. I just have to fill that. No?
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Uh,
and I'm just keeping my name as the signature because I don't have a, device right now to add on my signatures.
okay, ma'am.
Okay, ठीक है. Go ahead with the next one.
So next we have paper ID 15707808823, titled Modeling Uber Data for Predicting Features Responsible for Price Fluctuations, written by Pachi Pulusu Sindhu, Sanjeevi Meghna, Diya Gupta, and Anand Kumar M.
IEEE Delhi Section International Conference Presentation 2022. I would like to present our topic, Modeling Uber Data for Predicting Features Responsible for Price Fluctuations. Myself, Sanjeevi Meghana, BTech third year student, Information Technology branch at National Institute of Technology, Karnataka. And my co-authors, Ms. Pachapulusu Sindhu, BTech third year student, IT branch at NITK, Ms. Diya Gupta, BTech third year student, IT branch at NITK, and Dr. Anand Kumar M, Assistant Professor at IT Department, NITK. This paper belongs to Track 1, Data Science and Advanced Analytics, paper ID 1570780823. Agenda. We briefly start with introduction and then move on to objectives, dataset use, and then we kickstart with the methodology, which comprises of pre-processing, data analysis, feature engineering. We conclude with results, conclusion, and future work. Introduction. Data analysis plays a major role in understanding the problems faced by different organizations and to explore data in meaningful ways. In order to feed a data, the most important thing that we need to do is analyzing the data. That is to understand the relationship between the different features present in the dataset. In ancient times, people used carts to travel from one place to another. And now our technology has grown to such a rate where we have platforms like Uber and Lyft to book cabs flexibly. Here, when it comes to price of a ride, it fluctuates based on different features, and users often wonder what are the main features of the same. So here, we try to come up with a method to find that features that are predominantly responsible for the price of a ride. Our main aim in this paper is to analyze the dataset, here Uber dataset, that will be used to predict prices with the help of different machine learning models, and to try to come up with a model that has a higher accuracy. Objectives. Our first objective is to analyze the dataset using univariate, bivariate, and multivariate analysis. Then to remove the features from the dataset that have weak or no effect in the prediction of the price using a technique called RFECV, which is nothing but recursive feature elimination with cross-validation technique. Then to predict the price based on different machine learning models, and then to come up with a model that has a higher accuracy. Towards the end, we try to print out the features that are largely contributing for the deviation of the price, predicted price from the base price. Dataset. We use Kaggle, Uber, and Lyft dataset of Boston, which is of CSV format. The dataset contains Uber and Lyft data types, cab types. Here we try to filter out the Uber cab types data, and then we use it. And few other features of the dataset used are shown in the slide. And from here on, they will take over.
Coming on to the methodology part, the first step is to import the dataset. As this dataset consists of data of both Uber and Lyft rides, so we'll filter the dataset based on cab type, that is Uber. Here, cab type is one of the features of dataset. So our new dataset now consists of only Uber rides. The second step is to pre-process this dataset. In our new dataset, the missing values were found in the target variable, that is price. So in order to fill these null values, we plotted box plot and distribution plot. So here, we could see that mean won't be an appropriate option to fill these null values. So here, median was chosen in order to fill the null values in the price column. Next, we make use of label encoder for handling the categorical variables. Next comes the data analysis. In this, we did univariate, bivariate, and multivariate analysis in order to analyze the data. In univariate analysis, only one variable is involved to draw the inferences from the data. So here, figure 4 provides us with the count of rides pertaining to different weather conditions. So here, it demonstrates the increased demand for Uber rides during cloudy season, while the least demand for Uber rides during fog season. Now, coming on to the figure 5, it demonstrates a demand for different Uber cab types such as Uber XL, Black SUV, WAV, etc. It could be inferred that demand for these is nearly similar. In bivariate analysis, two variables are involved. So this analysis is related to the cause and relationship between variables. Figure 6 demonstrates the effect of R on the predicted variable, that is price. It can be visualized from the strip plot here that R of the day isn't highly responsible for the change in price. Figure 7 demonstrates the effect of weather conditions on the predicted variable price. Weather conditions such as cloudy, partly cloudy day, and partly cloudy night experience the hike in prices. Next comes multivariate analysis. In this technique, we analyze more than one variable. So figure 8 provides us with a multivariate analysis for the given features. It's tremendously hard task for a human brain to visualize the relationship among different variables, and hence this analysis is used for complex statistical references. After performing data analysis, we model the data using linear regression, which basically serves as an underlying model for RFECV. It is one of the feature selection technique on the basis of which we select the subset of relevant features for use in model construction. So here, figure 9 gives us with an ideal RFECV curve. The graph provides us with the West cross validation score on selection of the 18 informative features and then remains constant as other features are added to the model. Figure 10 represents the 18 informative features extracted using RFECV, which are mainly responsible for price prediction, such as month, source, name, which basically refers to the cab type, distance, and other spatial locations of the place. Now, after performing this feature engineering, we model the data again using different supervised models. And based on these models, we predict the price and even the features which are responsible for deviation of price from its ideal base price. Now, from here on, Sindhu will take over.
Coming to the price prediction, this basically consists of two steps. Coming to the first one, deviation of base price. Here we will find the deviation of the predicted price with the base price. Here base price is the price that we will be predicted with the help of a model having distance and Uber cab type as features. And predicted price is the price that is predicted with the help of a model with having features we will get after doing RFECV. And now the absolute difference between the predicted price and the base price is nothing but the deviation. Next, our task is to find the features that are predominantly causing this deviation. Considering n to be number of features after doing RFECV, consider n to be the number of features after doing RFECV. And now, to check how quantitatively a particular feature f is affecting the price of a Uber ride, we will find feature price. It is a price that is predicted by a model having all features except the particular feature f. And this is implemented for all the n features. Now, in order to find the predominant features, we will find the difference between the respective feature price and the predicted price. If this difference is large or more compared with the other features, then we can conclude that the particular feature f is highly responsible for the deviated price. Now, coming to the results, this table shows the R squared score for different models like linear regression, decision tree, random forest, gradient boost, and multi-layer perceptron with the different set of features that are with and without feature engineering and base features. Here, R squared score tells how well the regression model fits the observed data. And by observing all the R square scores, we can observe that the gradient boost is giving high score compared with the other models. Coming to the table 2, it says about features responsible for deviation in price. Now, to find the predicted price, let's fix the parameters. For the fixed parameters, coming to the linear regression, if the distance is 2.4, we can observe that responsible features are source, distance, and max pressure intensity. And if the distance is increased predominantly like about 10 times, then we can observe the responsible features are distance, cap type, and longitude. And by this, we can observe that if a particular feature is predominantly changed or increased, keeping the rest of the features as same, then that particular feature will be the main responsible feature for the deviated price. And here we can observe the same pattern with for the rest of the models as well. We can even observe that the deviation is less for the gradient boost model. And now coming to the conclusion and future work, here we have made an attempt to visualize the Uber dataset by drawing various plots and analyze the data using univariate, bivariate, and multivariate analysis. And we also did RFE-CV on the dataset to eliminate the features that have no effect on the price prediction of the Uber ride. And based on the features that we got after doing RFE-CV, we predicted price using few supervised regression machine learning models, and also found the deviation of the predicted price from the base price, and even revealed the features that are responsible for the deviated price. And this work can even be further extended by implementing the unsupervised models and comparing their efficiency with the implemented supervised models.
Now I request the chairs to raise the questions.
Good morning. This is Dr. Rashmi Vashisht. Yes, I found the work you have done is actually appreciable. Can you tell me the limitation of your model, the model which you have developed?
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Dia, one of the co-author of this paper. So here, basically, we have made use of supervised algorithms in order to implement that. In order to extend our work in future, we plan on making use of unsupervised machine learning models, and plus, we have made use of feature selection technique in order to reduce the features in our dataset, which basically provide weak effect in training the models. So in future, we plan on using dimensionality reduction technique in order to reduce the dimensions.
No, right
And in,
now, what model you have developed, is it having any limitation involved?
ma'am, actually, currently we are getting good accuracy in terms of like in model and less deviation. So I guess
Okay.
currently we are
And
not
which
having any
platform
limitation.
have you used for the implementation? Meaning, have you worked in Python, or which platform have you used?
Ma'am, we have used Python only for the same.
Python only. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is the motivation behind this work?
Actually, ma'am, as we research more about this, we came to know like there is nothing regarding like predicting features responsible for the deviation of price. And plus, when we book cabs or something, even if the price changes, we want to know like what are the main factors which are responsible for the deviation of the price.
Right.
So that's basically the main motivation behind implementing this thing.
Okay, so what is the basic reason you found for the price fluctuations? Is it the time? Is it meaning the distance? Is it the traffic? What do you conclude
Ma'am,
out of this?
definitely distance is a main factor.
Hmm.
And rest is the like cab type, like what type of cab we book. Is it Uber XL or Uber X? And then depending on
Hmm.
the different spatial locations, then coming on to different weather conditions
No,
also.
this
Like
is already known to us. No, this we know. Okay, if you are traveling for a larger distance, obviously it is going to take charge more, right?
yes,
If you
yes,
are going
ma'am.
to have higher version of the car, obviously you are going to be asked for more charges. What is from your algorithm you have concluded that what are the factors which are affecting the price?
Yes, ma'am. That's what. Like the things like that you're saying, distance and the Uber like cab type. That we have considered in base price. Coming on to the predicted price, it's basically the factors like different weather conditions, like rainy season or something, maybe the huge traffic, which is being referred to as a search multiplier here in the given data set. So that factors have been taken into account. So that factors have been used in order to get the predicted price. The ideal price is taken in the case when we are just taking distance and cab type as the feature.
Okay, Dia, thank you. Thank you so
Thanks a
much.
lot, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Are there any more questions?
No, it's okay. You can go ahead.
Okay. Rashmi ma'am, we will be sending you the mark sheet and attendance sheet.
Yeah,
Please mark alongside.
yeah,
Okay.
sure, ma'am.
So next we have paper ID 15707-80831 titled Impact of Image Augmentation in COVID-19 Detection Using Chest X-ray Images and authored by Ankush Azad and Anand Kumar M.
You can start, Ankush.
Hello.
Yes, please start.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ankush Azade, the presenter of this paper, Impact of Image Augmentation in COVID-19 Detection Using Chest X-ray Images. I mean, the video audio is not audible.
I think there is some technical issue we are looking.
Yeah.
We are having some network issue. We have to wait for 2 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, you're
Yes.
on.
Okay, sorry, there was internet connection issues. That's why my video was off. Is it visible now?
Impact of Image Augmentation in COVID-19 Detection Using Chest X-ray Images, authored by Ankush Azade and Dr. Anand Kumar M. The agenda of today's presentation is Introduction, Related Work, Methodology, Dataset, Data Analysis, Image Augmentation, model, experiments and results, conclusion and future work, and last, references. Introduction. COVID-19 is a highly infectious disease which is caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus. The rapid spread of COVID-19 is the biggest problem facing humanity today. The number of persons who have deceased as a result of COVID-19 over the world has surpassed 5 million, according to the Johns Hopkins University Coronavirus Resource Center, and it has been classified as a global pandemic by the World Health Organization. Understanding COVID-19 became very important since large-scale vaccination of it is still not completed. This infectious disease spreads quicker than the ordinary flu virus through respiratory droplet infection. As a result, COVID-19 positive cases must be identified as soon as possible to prevent the virus from spreading further. So, chest X-ray is the first imaging technique that plays an important role in the diagnosis of COVID-19 disease. Related work. Medical diagnosis has made extensive use of computer vision and deep learning. Here we have discussed some conference papers which I have done research in COVID-19. First paper is Predicting COVID-19 Pneumonia Severity on Chest X-ray with Deep Learning. Here they presented a neural network model for predicting and evaluating pneumonia severity in general as well as COVID-19 chest X-ray images for use in escalation and de-escalation of care and monitoring the success of treatment in the critical care unit. Second is classification of COVID-19 in chest X-ray images using D-track deep convolutional neural network. They used D-track, that is decompose, transfer and compose, to develop a deep neural network for classify chest X-rays. D-track can cope with any anomalies in the picture dataset by employing a class decomposition mechanism to investigate its class boundaries. And last is automated detection of COVID-19 cases using deep neural network with X-ray images. Here they have presented a dark COVID-19 model with the help of yellow object detection. Methodology. Here in the methodology flow, that is first we have radiography database. In the next page we will analyze the data. Next phase is image augmentation. Then we will create our model which is based on VG16. Next we will feed the model, and at last we will evaluate and test our model. Dataset. We have used a COVID-19 radiography database which is publicly available on Kaggle website. In this dataset, we have 4 samples of healthy, lung opacity, viral pneumonia and COVID-19. There are 10,192 healthy samples, 6,012 lung opacity samples, 1,345 viral pneumonia samples and 3,616 COVID-19 samples. These are sample images from the dataset. Data analysis. In the figure 3, in this page we have calculated the mean and standard deviation of images concerning each class. In figure 3 we can see that is purple color, that is COVID-19 samples tend to have slightly higher mean and standard deviation than other samples of lung opacity, normal and viral pneumonia. In figure 4 we can see that viral pneumonia, lung opacity and normal lungs look slightly larger than average COVID-19 lungs. Image augmentation. Image augmentation is a technique for modifying original images by applying numerous transformations to them, resulting in a large number of different versions of the same images. For picture transformation, we utilized Keras image data generator. The image data generator class in Keras allows us to rapidly and easily supplement images. Standardization, rotation, shifts, flips, brightness, alterations, and more are among the enhancement choices available. We have used parameters rotation range is equal to 20, width shift range is equal to 0.2, height shift range is equal to 0.2. And after performing image augmentation, we have found 16,933 images in 4 classifications to train our model and 4,232 images to test the model. Our model, it is consists of 8 blocks. In the first block, we have a convolution layer with 32 kernels of size 3 by 3, followed by a batch normalization layer. In the last block, we do not have a convolution layer, and there we have a flattened layer, batch normalization layer, dense layer, activation layer with ReLU activation function, and dropout layer. We have a convolution layer with 64 3x3 kernels apart from the first and last block. Alternatively, we have convolution and batch normalization layers in 3 blocks. In the other 4 blocks, we have convolution, batch normalization, average pooling, and dropout layers. The dropout layer has a value of 0.25 and we have used ReLU as an activation function. Training results. In figure 6, we can observe that as the number of epochs grows, the pace of learning drops, which is suitable for the model. And in the training and validation, the loss is approximately equal to 1, that is good for our model. Results. Figure 7 shows the confusion matrix for the test dataset. We can compare actual and expected values using the confusion matrix. The confusion matrix is n by n matrix with n indicating the number of classes. Here we can see that it is correctly identified 320 for COVID, 955 for lung opacity, 1063 for normal, and 256 for viral pneumonia. Precision. Precision measures the machine learning's model performance. The accuracy of model's optimistic prediction, that is the total number of true positive plus false positive divided by the total number of genuine positives. And here the total precision is 78.4%. How many true positives were recalled, that is discovered, that is how many right hits were also found, it is referred as recall, and the total recall is 82.6%. The F score is a metric that consists of both recall and procedure, and here we have and here the total F score is 79%, and the overall results, that is with augmentation and without augmentation, we got precision of 78.36% with augmentation and 62.32% without augmentation. Recall 82.60% with augmentation, 17.08% without augmentation. F score 79.88% with augmentation, 62.61% without augmentation. And the accuracy is with augmentation 81.97% and 66.38% without augmentation. Conclusion and future work. Millions of people have died as a result of the new COVID-19 virus, particularly the elderly and those with health problems. We presented VGG 16 inspired our own model for COVID-19 detection using radiography images. Our model's overall accuracy for the radiography database is 81.97%, which is good. And for future work, the production of high quality datasets should be a top priority, because the more datasets available, the better our neural network models will perform. These are some of the references. That is COVID-19 identification from chest X-ray images taken from IEEE, COVID-19 detection in X-ray images using CNN algorithm, and this is the public available Kaggle dataset, that is COVID-19 neurography database. Thank you.
Now I request the chairs to ask questions.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Manish, can you tell me something about deep learning? Why did you choose to work on the deep learning technique?
Yes, ma'am. I have considered different models, but I also consider that VGG 16 model. These models are giving better results because uh, deep learning methods has different models which are useful for the images. And here we are using the chest X-ray images, so that's why I have used the deep learning technique.
But don't you think that X-ray data is not a valid one? Because, with the time, the X-ray images changes, it fades and all. So how can you, authenticate your accuracy, whatever you're getting? And 81, is it a good accuracy?
Yes, ma'am. The main purpose of this research is because as of now means there are not much COVID images. So these database contains images with all the radiography database, that is healthy, viral pneumonia, lung opacity, and also in that there is a COVID images. So if they in these chest X-ray images, yeah, if we have to find out which one is the COVID or not, but here we have the database is small, so we have to perform the image augmentation. So to perform that image augmentation, we have increased the data set by swapping with the rotation. The data set has been increased to 21,165 images. So From that, we can take find out that it is COVID or not.
Okay. Can you tell me what is the significance of confusion matrix?
Yes, ma'am. Here in confusion matrix, we can check that we can with actual and predicted values, we can check how is our model is working. So, for example, in the confusion matrix, we have seen that there were total 526 images. They have classified the model has classified as correct, but from that total images, it has inaccurately classified 87 as lung capacity and 25 as viral pneumonia images.
Okay. And what is the ratio you have for test and train data?
80 is to 20, ma'am.
80 is to 20.
Yes.
Did you try it with some other ratio also, or you decided to keep it this fixed?
Yeah, ma'am. I've decided to keep it this way, ma'am. 80 is to 20.
Why not 70-30? Why did you choose to work with 80-20?
Ma'am, because most of the paper size means this is standard technique to divide the data set. So I have chosen this.
Okay. Okay, good, Manish. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So shall we move ahead?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the next paper ID is 1570811213, title Response Type Road Roughness Measuring System from a Vehicle Mounted Android Smartphone, written by Lohit Kumar, Talam Teja, Naveen Kumar Chikak Krishna, Pradeep Reddy, and M. Reddy.
Hello everyone, my name is B. Lohit Kumar. Now I am going to present my paper on response type road roughness measuring system from a vehicle mounted Android smartphone. These are the contents I am going to explain now. Coming to introduction, road infrastructure maintenance planning and monitoring is one of the most important tasks for all road authorities and government around the world. Being properly maintained, the road can continuously serve the objectives of supporting the mobility of people, goods, and economics. So therefore, it is challenging for almost all the road authorities and government, particularly in developing countries where the insufficient budget is often an issue. Importance of road roughness. Effect on road safety, effect on vehicle operating cost, effect on vehicle riding comfort, effect on vehicle speed. Vehicle operating cost like fuel consumption, oil consumption, tire wear, and maintenance and repair. And coming to International Roughness Index. IRI is a condition index obtained from measurement of longitudinal road profile with the measurement unit of slope, and it is an accumulated suspension motion of vehicle divided by distance traveled during the test. Its units are meter per kilometer. And there are different types of profilers: class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4. Class 1 is precision profilers, class 2 is profilometric methods, and class 3 is simple profiler response type tools. Class 4 is subjective rating. Class 1 to 3 are the different types of profilers, and 4 is a subjective rating. And in class 1, the equipments are used in dipsticks and walking profilometers. Class 2, they are optical profilers and profilographs. In class 3, bump indicator, roughometer, and WIBS has been used. And class 4, the measurement of done by judge by inspector from visual survey. And coming to sensors, there are three types of these different types of sensors. First is motion, second one is position, and third one is environmental condition sensor. In motion, there comes accelerometer sensor, gyroscope, and gravity sensor, rotational vector sensor. In position, there comes a GPS sensor and magnetometer sensor, and in environmental, barometer, photometer, and thermometer. And coming to smartphone based roughness evaluation, nowadays exploring smartphones to estimate the roughness road surface condition may be a great help, since the smartphone nowadays are increasingly popular. Coming to literature survey, in 2019, the author wrote an article on experiment on measurement of payment roughness via Android-based smartphone. In this, the methods called RMSE and machine learning methods has been used. Uh, in 2017, Boya et al. Write an article on IRI estimation by frequency domain analysis of vehicle dynamic response. And in this, they used half-car model and both simulation and experiment methods has been used to estimate the IRI accurately. And in 2017, Syed Yusuf investigated road roughness using smartphone sensor. In this, he carried out the roughness measurement via smartphones, and the model has been developed by correlating the sensor output data and road roughness profile data. Coming to methodology, there are three phases: data collection, data processing, analysis of data. In data collection, different types of data like smartphone data, bump indicator data, and location coordinate data. In processing, there comes matching, sectioning, and segregating. And in analysis, there comes filtering technique analysis and correlation between observed and estimation values. And study area I considered in Maharashtra. There I selected two road sections. One is rigid pavement and another one is flexible pavement. Rigid is of 6-lane super communication expressway, and flexible is of state highway, rural state highway. And the survey vehicles I have been used is the Hyundai Venue car and Asus D Max vehicle has been used for this survey, and a smartphone application called Android sensor application has been used to collect the sensor data from smartphones. Different sensor data has been collected and stored in the internal storage. There is a recording option. We can record the different sensor data and location data by using these apps, and the data has been stored in the CSV format. This is the raw data collected using smartphone and fuel bump indicator, and it is a standard equipment to calculate the roughness index on a road, and it is calibrated using dipstick profilometer, and uh, it is corrected equation has been given below, where y is corrected values of roughness and x is measured roughness. This is the table collected using pump indicator on rigid pavement. These are the values of bump indicator on flexible pavement, and the graph plotted between accelerometer data and time in seconds on rigid pavement, and same accelerometer data and time as considered. The graph is plotted on flexible pavement. There is we can see the signal graph, and the signal collected you was to be filtered by using fast Fourier transforms, and the time domain signal to be converted to frequency domain signal, and then we can calculate the magnitude from that, so we can correlate it with the standard values, and the magnitude has been calculated. The magnitude values are shown in this table, and the simple linear regression analysis has been conducted, and on both stretches, and in on rigid we got 0.81 as r square, and on flexible we got 0.75 as r square, and the corrected equations has been developed by mathematical equation has been developed by considering dependent as observed values and independent as magnitude values, and ANN analysis has been carried out at different applying different layers, and different number of layers, different number of neurons has been applied, and linear function LM has been used, and chi-square has been calculated for the values, and the ANN results are shown in these figures for both rigid and flexible payment, and the bar graphs has been plotted by for the smartphone and BI values. Here we can see a very little difference between those two values for standard values and for smartphone values. And this is the bar chart for the flexible payment. Here also we can see there is not having much difference for both smartphone data and standard data. And this is the table for the permitted values we consider as per IRC SP 16 2019 for the national highways, expressways, and state highways. And from the study, we developed a cost-effective methodology, and the model outputs are similar, showing similar tendency in the classification of smartphone data and observed data, and an average of 133 mm per kilometer on flexible pavement roughness index value, and an average of 1368 per kilometer on rigid pavement roughness index value has been measured. By comparing it to the standard value, the surface condition of road is good, and these are by references. Thank you.
Now I request the chairs to ask their questions.
Okay. One thing I would like to ask, like, what is your contribution? Like, you have collected the real-time data of the sensors, designed your own application, and then did the analysis, or you have just collected the data and done the analysis?
Ma'am, app is already developed, ma'am, but I developed a model between that app and standard values, ma'am.
App and the standard values.
App sensor data and the standard values, ma'am. Smartphone
Okay.
sensor data. Actually,
And then
smartphone has different embedded sensors, no, ma'am. So I used the location and motion sensor data and developed a model, ma'am.
so what you did, you meaning use the app on your mobile phone, and on the mentioned vehicle you collected the data, and then you did
Yes,
the analysis, right? Is that correct?
yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you have used CNN algorithm for this. Which algorithm you have used?
Actually, I used the simple linear regression and MATLAB ANN algorithm, ma'am.
Okay. Why not CNN? Meaning you prefer to work with CNN, ANN?
Actually, MATLAB showing some better results, ma'am, in MATLAB ANN algorithm.
So did you try it with CNN also?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And have you compared your result with the existing research paper?
Ma'am? Sorry.
Have you compared your result with some existing work by others?
You say I'm a student.
Actually, I compared. Ma'am, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Actually, the sensor data has been collected and their magnitude has been calculated, ma'am, and it's correlated with the standard equipment value that is used to measure the roughness on roads. That
Okay. And
comparison is done like that,
what
ma'am.
is the application of your work? Meaning, where do you find your work is useful?
Actually, it is the cost effective and it's not time consuming, no, ma'am. If we use that equipment in real time, there will take a lot of time to collect the data, and also in traffic like that, there are some problems we can face, like in the traffic like that, ma'am. So like that, we can use this application to measure the roughness of the road.
Okay.
Only time
Thank you.
consuming is calculation only, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Lohit.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. I request the session chairs to keep filling the Google form side by side.
Okay, go ahead. Who is the next one?
Okay, the next paper ID is 15707-81320, titled Suicide Ideation Detection Using Multiple Feature Analysis from Twitter Data. written by Momita Chatterjee, Polomi Samanta, Piyush Kumar, and Dhrubashish Sarkar.
And others. I'm Polomi Shamanto. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present our paper. Today I'm going to present our work, which is suicide ideation detection using multiple feature analysis from Twitter data. The authors are Momita Chatterjee, Polomi Shamanto, Piyush Kumar, and Tubashi Sharkar. I am Polomi Shamanto. Today I'm going to present our paper. Introduction. Mental health is important topic for any generation. This condition can be influenced by number of factors like stress, trauma, anxiety, hopelessness, etc. Suicidal indication is more common in those suffering from major depression. WHO estimates the death rate of suicide 1% in every 40 seconds. So the early detection is very important to save people's life. In today's world, people are very much active in different social media like Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp. People discover that these are the most convenient and cost-effective way to connect with individual and groups, and this is useful to update status post in daily basis. Researchers believe that examining social media can help to prevent depression. By machine learning and NLP technique, we can detect suicidal thought in users' post. We find some related work of this topic. In background, in one paper, we find gender differences in suicidal indication among teenagers. The report also state which gender has a higher likelihood to attempt suicide. In another paper, we find several characteristics to suicidal tendency among students. Anxiety, insecurity, and loneliness were identified by the author in another paper. Different risk factors from this topic matter are also classified in one work. In another work, author used NLP to understand suicidal tendency. No study have used sentiment, emotional, linguistic, and topical features together, where temporal and emoji features are not have been used previously. Objectives. Our objective is to detect suicidal thought from user post by analyzing users' post from tweets. This is our proposed model. In the first section, we can see using Twitter API, we collect the Twitter tweets from users' timeline, and then we are preparing these tweets using hyperlink removal, removal of non-ASCII character, stop word removal, tokenization, steaming, POS tagging. After that, we analyze those data using n-gram TF-IDF, LDA, emoticons analysis, sentiment analysis, tweet statistics, temporal features. We use different classifiers like logistic regression, SVM, random forest, SG boost. After that, we find the output. We use total 188,704 tweets from 1,169 users. We collect the raw features and we calculate the emoji per post, average positive polarity, average negative polarity, percentage of positive tweets, percentage of negative tweets, average posting time, average word length, and most used emoji. Techniques. In the first stage, we prepare the data. We cannot use raw data directly. We need to clear those data. We remove noise, spelling mistakes using hyperlink removal. We remove non-ASCII characters and stop words removal also we have used. After that, feature extraction and analysis. Feature extraction is an important step in gathering information about user in order to provide high accuracy. First, emoticon analysis. Emojis are used by users to communicate their emotions through nonverbal elements and simple icons. Then we have used Twitter statistics. In the first figure, suicidal and non-suicidal user, we can see, according to the findings, the average text length of user with suicidal indication is significantly longer than that non-suicidal users. Then we have used sentiment analysis. In the down figure, we find the frequency of negative tweets used by suicidal and non-suicidal users. Next is topic features. Using LDA, we create a topic model for extracting a latent topic from the suicidal data. LDA calculate the probability of each tweet belonging to the specific subject. Ngram and TF-IDF. The purpose of the method is to reduce the impact of less informative token. According to the research, we see negative emotions, feelings, self-obsession, hopelessness are used in the present tense. In the first two figures, you can see the word cloud of suicidal and non-suicidal data. Temporal feature help us to understand how people on the Twitter post their content at different time of the day, such as AM or PM. Specifically in this case of user with a suicidal tendency, 73% were found to be more active between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m., while 27% were found to be more active between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. In this case of user who did not have suicidal tendency, 58% were active between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. and 42% were active between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. We have used different classification model. You can see logistic regression, random forest, support vector machine, XGBoosts. Classification result. Best performance in single feature we have found in LDA with LR or logistic regression classifier, where 86% accuracy rate and F1 score is 0.85. And the best performance feature combination is LDA Tigram, TF IDF Twitter statistic, temporal emoticons, sentiment analysis features with LR classifier, with 87% of accuracy and 0.81 the F1 score. Best performance classifier is logistic regression classifier. Conclusion and future scope. The goal of the work is to better understanding of the public's perception of suicide by looking at suicidal indication text creating by the user online. We use Twitter to analyze the data to help us better understanding in suicidal thought and behavior. There are still a lot of room for more research. We anticipate that our study will act as a foundation of future research in this area. Some of the references are this. Thank you.
The chairs can ask their questions.
Okay. Paulolima, I can't get your name. Who is answering the questions? Who is connected to answer the questions?
Momita Chatterjee, Paulumi Samantha, Piyush Kumar. Let's see who's present. Yes, ma'am, Paulumi Samantha is present.
Paulumi Samantha. Okay. Okay, Paulami, if once you have detected the tweets that some of the tweets or majority of the tweets or whatever percentage of the tweets is suicidal, then what is the application of this thing? How can you use this thing, this information?
Hello, ma'am, am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
yes, you
yes.
are audible.
Yes. Ma'am, the initial phase was that we needed a detection and we needed a model to make it a better, proper detection at some point. Thing is that we cannot depend on linguistic features only at some point because there is a, first of all, with each coming generation, the lingo as well as the based on geography, the lingo changes. Like for example, the generation that will come after me, the generation G that we term it as, they have a different language approach, and even their preference over what they post is completely different. So our idea was that we wanted to utilize we targeted a particular age range as well when we were working on our model. So we needed a model to detect a depression in that particular age range using their language behavior, that what their generation uses. And at that time we realized that we cannot be using only linguistic features because the linguistic features are not dependable. It can change from generation to generation, and it won't be helpful at all while detecting depression in future. Because but when we take other features in concerns, such as in our case, we went for emoticons use. We tried using posting behaviors. When user is mostly active, we use geo tagging to get the temporal data of the user. So using that other features, we try to understand the behavior of that particular person. Like if a person is having some thoughts, suicidal thoughts, then what is his behavior on social media, and if that can be used to prepare a model to detect such personalities and possibly provide them help. Because when a person is in that position, he needs help, he needs support, and most of the times it is very difficult to find out that if anyone is in that position, because we cannot tell that from someone can be hiding that thing. So the idea behind our project was to detect and to provide support if possible, because early detection can be helpful. Anybody can face this problem, it's very common issue. So it's
What
but
is your
most
data
of the
size you have chosen? What is your data size you have chosen for the same?
Like for our data set, we used somewhere around 457 users, and we collected around 2000 tweets per users.
Okay, and how did you choose the users? What was the criteria for
Like
choosing the users?
initially, what we did was we ran a search using some search terms, uh, mostly something which could be triggering or some using that. So we got some initial results. Then we filtered it out using sentiment analysis. We went and some manual approach to check out for most negative tweets which we could find, like something which we would understand as, yeah, there's something wrong with this tweet. Using that, we highlighted our set of users, we classified them into two different criterias, and then we ran other methods on them. Like we ran it through emoticon analysis. We first of all collected their past data, then we collected their temporal posting behaviors, we analyzed that, and then we categorized them in different parts.
Okay, okay, beta.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
I again remind the session chairs to keep filling the document. So now we have our last presentation. It is paper ID 15707-81539, titled Opinion Mining System for Domain-Specific Mobile Application Development, written by S.P. Srija, Arpanna Prasad, Ilarasan R, Karthikeyan Akash R.
Good day to all present. Myself, Ilarasan R. On behalf of the co-authors of the paper, presenting the paper with title Opinion Mining System for Domain-Specific Mobile Application Development. My presentation today is outlined as given in the slide. Introduction, state of art, gaps identified, proposed system, conclusion and future work, references. Opinion mining is a field of study in computer science that has gained tremendous importance in the past 2 decades. It is forming an integral part of most applications. This computational component calls for development of domain-specific language-based lexical resources. An opinion mining system computationally derives the sentiment of an author towards entities in the text written by him or her. A text is subjective if it bears a sentiment, else it is objective, and polarity of sentiment is usually positive, negative, or neutral. In an ongoing research-oriented project in the field of opinion mining, the authors of this paper are developing an opinion mining system for a mobile application that facilitates locality-based online procurement medicines. The aim of the study is to develop computational components and supportive lexical resources for an opinion mining system that process unstructured text and integrates the developed opinion mining engine in an e-commerce domain-specific application. Text demonstrating cause and effect relationship between entities, medicine and disease from social networking sites is used as input text for the opinion mining system. The core objective is to empower the customers buying medicines offline with opinion-based information about availability of medicines in a particular geographical locality, along with review analysis and recommendation of drugstores. Localized opinion-based processing in the domain is a novel idea that is pursued in this work. Some of the mobile applications and websites studied to understand the gaps in the existing system are presented here. Existing websites and mobile application engaged in e-delivery of medicines have rating of the medicines as per their global survey. Some of the mobile applications and websites studied in the current research are Apollo, TrueMeds, MedPlus, Wellness Forever, etc. The gaps identified in the existing system are: most medicine procurement applications focus on segment of customers willing to procure medicines online. Online purchase of medicine is not feasible in case of emergency, and there is a need to empower the offline buyers with opinion-based information in the form of recommendations about medicine brands and drugstores. The recommendations must be associated to the geographical area of the prospective customer. This gap is being addressed in the proposed system presented in this paper. Since localized reviews may be in local language, there is a need to build opinion mining system that may derive recommendations from reviews given in Indian languages. A fundamental use case diagram showing interaction of the system with different users of the system is presented here. The user searches for medicine using keyword, read reviews on the medicine and pharmacy store. The user can also write reviews on medicine and pharmacy store, rate, report existing review, visit nearest store based on location. The storekeeper can also read reviews given by the users. He can update stock of the medicine in real time. He can also respond to the reviews. The admin can keep track of the user action feedback. He can train the model frequently based on the user's requirements. The basic architecture of the proposed system that will integrate the opinion mining engine is presented here. In the user interface, there is a dashboard, pharmacy locator, search review feature, and specify keywords of medicine. When the keywords is valid, the user can retrieve review from the sources and display the classified reviews from the sources. Real-time integration of opinion mining engine for locality-based recommendations is presented. The web scraping will be done using APIs. The activities incorporated for obtaining the reviews depends on the web scraping by using search keywords from various sources of reviews like chat rooms, social networking site, ebooks, blogs, and medical domain specific business. Garbage collection and normalization will help you to extract the keywords with the help of opinion mining engine. Thereafter, the generation, summarization, and deployment takes place to get the final classified reviews, such as positive, negative, and neutral reviews. The slide presented consolidates the various classification approaches that are being considered for the development of the opinion mining engine. The polarity classification techniques have been taken from machine learning techniques and lexical based techniques. From the machine learning, the unsupervised learning techniques and supervised learning techniques have been considered. From the lexical based technique, the dictionary based technique and corpus based technique have been considered. Through the study of literature, it is evident that a hybrid of machine learning and lexical based approach will be more suitable for the system under study. The scope of the work is huge. Currently, the researchers are focusing on development of datasets and corpus for opinion mining system, taking data and feedback from a localized area in Bengaluru. A corpus of unique positive and negative reviews collected from the identified localized area. The vocabularies are identified after removing stop words based on negative vocabulary using unique trigrams from negative reviews and positive vocabulary using unique trigrams from positive reviews. The resources developed as part of research are being used to develop following type of classifiers: naive-based classifier, rule-based classifier. Initial experiments with classification algorithms suggest that naive-based classifier performs best when trained using trigrams from the developed polarity classification vocabulary. Inclusion of local language in the opinion mining system, formulation of a robust classification algorithm, and extension of the datasets are the future work of the research project. The core objective is to empower offline buyers and local businesses. The system consolidates opinion and in no way replaces the need for medical prescriptions. These are the reference. Standard libraries are referred for literature survey. Thank you.
Okay. Can you tell me what is the difference between the lexical and the machine learning methods?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, the lexical based analysis, we have used particular dictionary words from our developed vocabulary.
No,
So
I'm
that
asking about the difference. I'm asking about the basic difference. What is the difference between ML and lexical?
a machine learning is classified, machine learning algorithms are classified into the supervised and unsupervised, ma'am.
Hmm.
But in our this lexical based analysis, we have used the dictionary based techniques, which will be easy to match whichever we have developed the vocabularies. It will just match the user reviews according to this base developed rules. Then it will retrieve the reviews. Now, if you use machine learning, the unsupervised and supervised learnings may not be that perfect for our opinion mining system to develop reviews. So we have adopted this lexical based technique.
Okay, and have you done the comparison also of with your technique and the machine learning technique?
No, ma'am. I
So how
have to
you
do
are
that
saying
because
that lexical is better than the ML techniques?
the size matters in the lexical based, ma'am, because there are a lot of user reviews in this. Compared to the
Hmm.
machine learning, lexical based is for the local data because we are identifying the local data for this. There are many opinion mining for global things. ML needs more data, ma'am. But for our
Hmm.
this lexical based, we are, mainly I'm for this Karnataka suburban areas. If I take a review, there will be in Kannada reviews like Haudu, Illa, based on that.
Right. Hmm.
Like the positive reviews for Haudu, Illa means no negative reviews. So that
Hmm.
if I compare with this negative reviews to our opinion
Hmm.
mining system, it will be best, ma'am, for lexical.
Okay, so you have created your own dictionary, own database for implementing your technique.
Yes, ma'am. We have collected nearly around 3,000 unique reviews, ma'am. From
Okay.
that, we have divided positive reviews and negative reviews. And using this
Okay.
lexical base, we have
And
developed a
which,
dictionary.
which algorithm you have used for segregating the positive and the negative reviews?
Naive-based algorithm, ma'am.
Naive based. And you have implemented it in MATLAB or some other software?
Python.
Python.
Yeah,
Okay.
Python.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, now we are done with all the authors for DSA 3. I request all of you to turn on your camera for a group picture. All those who can turn their cameras on, please turn on. We are taking a screenshot. Okay, now we come to an end for Data Science and Advanced Analytics Session 3. We conclude with the session. I thank all the session chairs and authors for joining. I hope we all had a great learning experience. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all, ma'am.
I told you now, they will monitor with the sensors and they're putting the cloud will process and be given it. The same thing on paper was.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you tell me how to share content controls? Okay. So I want to share my slides. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So just okay. When I have to click here, share connect content. Okay. Then I will. I understand.
Yes, sir.
Is there in the bottom?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll just wait for 5-7 minutes and then begin with the session, just as the participants join.
Sure. No problem.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Nice.
So this is our maiden conference. It is first time we are holding this conference in Delhi section, and then it will be conducted every year after that.
Very good. Very good. Very nice. We have been doing around 7-8 years the Connect Bangalore sections. Delhi sections conference will be popular because you are in a heart of
Yes, sir. Actually,
yeah.
17 countries sent the
Yeah,
papers.
yeah. Wow. Wow. In the first one, 17 means next time it will increase more and more.
It should, sir. Submitting the response. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, very good.
Because I noted. Volunteers, you can start, Sharon.
Sure, ma'am. The web as I envisaged it, we have not seen it yet. The future is no longer is still so much bigger than the past. In the spirit of Tim Berners-Lee's words, on behalf of IEEE Delhi section, DELCON, I, Sharon Verma, extend a very warm welcome to all guests and participants for this informative session on 5G and beyond network slicing. 5G is a unified and more capable air interface that has been designed with an extended capacity to enable next generation user experiences, empower new deployment models, and deliver new services. 5G isn't just a new generation of mobile networks, it's transforming the world as we know it. This event is being conducted under the Student Professional Awareness Program, wherein we wish to bridge the gap between academics and professional world by helping students and young professionals prepare for their professional futures by providing them with a chance to listen to experienced engineers from diverse backgrounds and discuss topics from various professional development categories. For this, we have with us today Dr. Debabrata Das, who is currently holding the position as the IEEE India Council Chair-elect. Sir is currently serving as the Director of International Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore. He has been extensively involved in IEEE for many years and is an enthusiastic speaker with a keen interest in technology. Dr. Das is a recipient of IEEE Region 10 Outstanding Volunteer Award, Global IEEE MG Achievement Award, and Outstanding Volunteer Award IEEE Bangalore section. He is a member of IETE, IE, and SM IEEE. He was the recipient of Hewlett-Packard Endowment Chair Professor in IIITB. Having more than 185 peer-reviewed papers in different transaction journals and international conferences, Dr. Das has received 6 Best Paper Awards and has 3 US Indian patents with 12 more which are currently under review. Sir is a technical steering Empower Committee member of multiple departments in Government of India and Government of Karnataka. I welcome you to the session, sir. For delegating the stage to you, I would request all panelists to kindly switch on their cameras for a group photograph.
Thank you, Sharon, for kind introduction. Well, the cameras are switching on, so let me use that time. And also, I want to thank Professor Gaur, Prerna Gaur, for inviting me, and also all the organizing committees of the Delhi conference, IEEE DELCON, and wishing your conference a grand and success.
Thank you so much, sir. An important note for the attendees, kindly put down your queries in the Q&A box and they will be catered as we proceed with the session. So without further ado, sir, I would like to turn over the stage to you and we are really eager to hear from you.
Dr. Vijayalata is also there. Nice to see her. Thank you. So I'll share Sharon. Yes, Professor. Thanks. Sharon, just hold on. I am sharing my slides. Okay, so
Sure, sir.
Are you able to see my slide?
It's still loading, sir. Yes, now we are able to see your screen.
Great. So I'm making it a full screen. Are you able to see the slide now?
Yes, sir. Yes, now it is visible.
Full screen, huh?
Yeah, full screen.
Sharon, thank you. If you're not able to hear my voice or something, you can stop me. And this mouse is moving on the screen. Are you able to see the mouse movement?
Yes, we are able to see the mouse move.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon, for helping me to start the talk. So I appreciate that. And my topic is the network slicing for 5G and beyond, a paradigm shift from the existing networks which you are using is 4G, all kind of networks. Very interesting part is that why I am talking about this talk, because I'll be giving this talk on a very fundamental, very conceptual points that what we are using now and how it will change. That paradigm shift will happen next 4 to 5 years down the line. For next maybe long time, for maybe 10 years, 20 years, this change will happen. So, but the fundamentals are extremely important. Why we are changing to this network slicing, and before I go to my next slide, you can see that I'll be giving the introductions that why it is important that network slicing is important, required. 5G's network architectures, concept of network slicing. The third bullet is the very important that why we are moving towards this network slicing concepts. Realization in the core, RAN, and transport of the 5G networks, and some of the research we are doing in IIIT Bangalore already, and the summary of my talk at the end. So this slide is very interesting because if you look at the whole picture is a complete network in the world, and if you look at the bottom one is called user equipment, and in the user equipment, if you look at, you may be a mobile handsets, which is called satellite handsets. You may not have seen those who goes in the ship or in the desert, they use this mainly. Or you may have a mobile connected to a base station, 5G base station, or you may have a IoT device which is by wireless connected to a 5G base station. And you can see your laptop, telephone, which is connected by a telephone connections. And there is a local area networks by copper cables and maybe a fiber optic cables in a local area networks. So user equipment, which is in your hand or on your table and all. And this one, the above that is called access network. It is nothing but a local area network. Under the local area network, if you look at, there are so many kinds of which is giving access to the users to the networks. So out of that, only one is your 5G. Look at this. So we are talking so much of 5G. It is no doubt it is very, very important, but it is this much. I wanted to tell you where the 5G is. From your mobile handset or IoT device to the base station is the 5G. That's all. If you are using that 5G base stations, others are other kind of access networks. And above the access network, there is a core network or backbone networks which is connected to your cloud, or you are talking. I am now presenting to you. You are sitting in Delhi. I am at here or various parts of the world. I am sitting at here, connected by a wireless networks to the Wi-Fi or base stations. And this is going by IP backbone. It is nothing but optical backbone. So these backbones are always 99% is always optical. And behind that, if I'm going to a Google or something, this private speed network is called service network. It is nothing but inside a data center. So if you look at on the left side of my slide, there are three types of networks: service networks, backbone networks, core network called access networks. In the access, one part is your 5G. Okay, why it is so important, and all of you know, because all of you use mobile phones, which is going to from 3G to 4G to 5G, and a lot of things are coming up in the 5G, which we need to understand now. So now I will go to the next one, why 5G is becoming more and more important. We are now knocking the door for Industry 4.0 evolution is coming up, which is already started in many ways, like manufacturing, smart factories with IoTs and automations and robotics, healthcare, smart health. You have seen recent development in COVID, how much of smart health was used, and also media, entertainment, financials, public safety, automotive, or driverless car, and all are coming. All the vehicles are now GPS connected. Transport emission systems, tracking, energy smart meters, broadband of power lines, and education. See, whole education is most last 2 years was on online, starting from teaching to the examinations to the all. So this is a few glimpse I have given to you here. I have not given to you everything which is going on the IoT and all kind of things. But if you look at what is the impact of it, have you thought of? Let me tell the young minds, look at this. Everybody talks about money. I have only, in the previous slide, I have given you 9 examples, like manufacturing, healthcare, and all. There are hundreds of areas are there. Out of that, hundreds of areas, only these five means manufacturing, transport, construction, utilities, and mining will have an impact of 5G plus industrial IoT in the world will be $5 trillion of business. So these $5 trillion only by these 5 written on the bottom right is that this 5 IoT based, industry IoT based will give us $5 trillion by 2035. That shows that with the use of 5G, that shows how much money will be involved if I include these five areas plus other 20 areas into it. So where there is a money, industry moves there because everybody wants profit, and the jobs comes out from there where we all work. But let me take you to the next slide where you will get an idea that these, what I am talking about, most of the times will be used for different purposes. But then how many IoT devices will be connected to the network? A tentative estimation. Why I'm giving this example, you can ask me, because this will give you a feeling and understanding that, hey, I am only using this mobile phone in my hand, but this is the only thing connected to the mobile networks that are called cellular network, or something else is there, or something else is coming up. So let us have a feeling that what is coming up in the next 10 years, which will be getting connected to the network which you are using, that cellular networks or Wi-Fi. See the beautiful way of this is a tentative estimation. I'm not saying exactly it will happen, tentative. So total mobile phones across the globe is 4.5 billion. Okay, so plus laptop 1.5 billion, tablets 1 billion. So I am saying that 7 billions of devices connected to the wireless. Okay, I'm not talking about the PCs or the servers connected to the local area network by the optical network copper. I'm just talking about wireless part which is connected. So this is called equation A. You can right side, you can see I've written equation A. Due to smart city, next bullet point, due to smart city, home, smart cars, smart agriculture, smart health, etc. I have written only smart in one place. So if you look at this smart everywhere, the average 100 IoT devices per person. Why? Look at the smart city. If your city will be full of IoT devices, and also the home, in your home you just open your come and stand near your door will open recognizing your face. You don't have to, key is required. Then the lights will be on automatically. All these IoT devices and sensors will check you and give the commands. Car will have hundreds of sensors, or more than your air conditioning to your lightings to the all kind of things, machines, your engines. So agriculture has so much, smart health. So if I look at that urban people, look at this here, urban people will be have at least 150 IoT devices per human being, where the rural will be 50. I'm just assuming that. So 150 plus 50, where a rural person and an urban person, 150 plus 50 is 200. 200 by 2, I just divided it, making it average. So 100 IoT devices per person. Then what will be the number of IoT devices? Assume world population is 7 billion now. Assume that it's now 7.5, but 7 billion. Total IoT devices will be connected, will be 7 billion population multiplied by 100 IoTs is 700 billion. Can you imagine? Maybe in the next 10 years. So look at this. The equation number A, total mobile, laptop and all 7 billion. Next 10 years, IoT devices connected by the wireless will be 700 billion under the same network. Whether it's a Wi-Fi or a cellular network like 5G or 5G plus. So look at the difference, 7 billion versus 700 billion. That means equation A and B shows in next 15 years, 1% will be 7 billion versus 700 billion will be the 1% is your human being connected to the networks, and 99% will be the machine connected to the network. That means IoT is a machine. It is directly collecting data, directly sending to the networks without any human interference. So that is 1 versus 99. Can you? So that is the thing I am just stressing to your brain, that we will be the minority, highly less number of using the network, 1%. So what will be its impact? So the impact is that the present 4G has huge challenge, because present 4G standard was started doing in 2000. Now it is 2022, 22 years back. And at that time, the performance requirement for the massive IoT, driverless car, robotic operation were not visualized so much. They're in the very nascent stage, initial stage, and it was not brought into in a big way into the 4G standards. So hence the current mobile network cannot give right user experience in industry 4.0, which I talked to you few slides before, the requirements due to lack of throughput, latency, reliability, and availability. So the 4.0 industry evolution, which is going on now, with the requirement and the demand, which I will tell you very shortly, cannot be met by this 4G. New wireless technologies like 5G is not just about making the throughput larger than LTE or LTE. It is not only the throughput, but all about offering user experiences and inclusion of industry 4G sector. For an example, same base station, I have a driverless car where my delay is 1 millisecond. Or if I am doing a surgery, remote surgery, it is a 10 milliseconds. I am playing a video games, the delay is 50 milliseconds, real-time videos. Or I have an Aadhaar kind of example, my network delay has to be, I'm in Bangalore airport, I just put my finger in front of the Aadhaar device and my identity has to come. It has to go to Delhi, close to Delhi, that was the Aadhaar database is there. So from there, everything has to come here. Then the security will say, it is matching with my face, and this is the person. Let him go in. So that is 300 milliseconds. So 1 millisecond, 10 millisecond, 50 millisecond, 300 millisecond. Some are 2000 milliseconds of delay. Some applications. So such a variety of things is not possible under the same infrastructure what we are using now, and why that 4G and also the backbone networks doesn't support that. So to come back to that, people started inventing 5G's requirement. So main requirements of the 5G was divided into the expected provide the great variety of services broadly following three categories. One, enhanced mobile broadband. What you are using now or I am using now is only mobile broadband. Enhanced means it will have a lot of features and a lot of other kind of things which will be much more better than the previous ones. And massive machine type communications. Massive means now IoT devices are in hundreds in a 1 kilometer radius or 2 kilometer or maybe in 1,000. But when it will be 30,000, 40,000, 1 lakh in 1 kilometer radius, then it becomes a massive machine type communications. How to support that under this wireless network infrastructure? Ultra reliable low latency communication. It is a huge challenge. Ultra reliable means not a single packet should be lost. Communication information should be lost. For an example, your driverless car, you are sitting and going, and suddenly a boy came running into the road and the signal got lost. Then the brake will not be pressed, so there will be an accident. So ultra reliable means not a single information has to be lost. And very low latency, like 1 millisecond. So these are the biggest challenge now, which is 5G researchers are facing. So now, if I look at these three categories, eMBB, massive MTC, and ultra reliable low latency, every requirement, if you look at massive machine to machine type communication, MMTC, ultra reliable low latency, enhanced eMMB. So everybody has a different characteristics of requirement left side. Availability, some ultra reliable says very high. But eMBB says ultra, this mobile eMBB, the first one, enhanced mobile broadband, regular baseline. If it's lost also there, it's okay. But ultra reliable says very high. So machine to machine kind of latency means not high sensitive, extremely sensitive. Latency has to be very low. So look at this. These all examples what I am showing at here is different requirements. All these applications have a extreme requirement. Somebody says minimum delay, somebody says okay, delay is okay, I don't mind, more delay is okay. But the same infrastructure has to give them. Same base station has to be one. That base station, one same base station and the same infrastructure of the routers, switches and all has to give me the different performances according to my requirement. Example is here like this, because some of your students are here. So I am just taking an Indian centric because Aadhaar, every one of you know, and Aadhaar based authentication. I told you that if this is an Aadhaar device, I'm in an airport and I just put my finger on the top of it, and it has to go to the database in Delhi and come back. And from here to Delhi is 2,000 kilometers. So how much, if you are standing on the airport queue, you know Indian tendency, our great human being, all are very nice, we are great. But what happens if you are standing in the queue more than 1 second or behind, hey, move, quick, because everybody is in hurry in this world. So what happens if you are given a 1 second, 1 second is your 1,000 millisecond. Look at this, 1,000 millisecond. So in 1,000 millisecond, my photograph has to come on the screen. The CISF, the security has to see within a 1 millisecond. Sorry, 1 second means 1,000 millisecond. So how much work I have to put on the device? It has to across the network, go to Delhi. That is a network delay one way, and to deep dive into the database of 1.5 billion people's database, search for my name and photograph according to my fingerprint. That is a delay. Then again come back to the network, again travel 2,000 kilometers to the airport. Then in the screen, the TV screen has to be on with the photograph. So there are three major delays: network delay, search delay, and the TV screen has to be on because that's an electronic device. So if 1,000 millisecond divided by 3, then you have a 300 millisecond only given for networks. So that the above has a network delay, search delay, and display delay. So network delay will be say 300 millisecond given to you. So you have given a problem to solve that networks are 300 millisecond going and coming back, only delay part. How will do that? So that is the thing. If you look at similarly driverless car, I said the 1 millisecond delay. I saw camera saw that a boy is coming in front of the car. He will inform the base station. Base station will tell from camera is on the side of the road. Side of the road it saw, and then he informed the base station. Base station come get the command through the data center that, hey, tell the car to press the brake. 1 millisecond delay, because brake is slow. Brake takes 10 couple of seconds to press and ask the wheel to stop. But communication has to be within a millisecond. Remote surgery like that. So if you look at all these applications, hence we need to think about service-centric architecture. Here in the blue color, what I have written, those are important. Hence, we need to think about a service-centric architecture. Service means I have a Aadhaar is a service. Driverless car is a service. Remote surgery, robotic surgery is a service. I have to design a network which will serve me according to my requirement of the service. So completely service-centric now. The whole paradigm shift is happening from classical networks to the service-centric. Then what is the challenge? What is the challenge for the previous slides requirements? So in the slides, I just show you 3 examples. And the previous slide also, I show you some of the requirements and examples. So where is the challenge for the previous slide requirements? Let us focus on the present concept of network system. Let us deep dive, little bit deep dive fundamentals and concepts of the network systems. Look at this evolution of the network infrastructure, how it happened from silo in architecture to the monolithic architecture. What is that? I'll show you here. In the past, you may not be knowing, some of the senior people of here, they can remember that use case 1. That means if I am only a user of a past, I'm just telling, these companies are still existing, like BSNL or Airtel or old companies. So the use case 1, the telcos will have a one vertical and device platform, and these are completely connected. If you are in the BSNL, you cannot connect to any other networks or any other people. Okay, so like that, or vice versa is true. If I'm Airtel, this is the verticals of the telcos. But to overcome this, people invented a new present one, which is called, look at this, network control and policy IP based. I just made, what is IP based? Now, when the internet protocol came, IP based, you, irrespective of any network, anywhere you are sitting, you can communicate to any one of us, any of the applications like voice, videos, data, and all, and any kind of devices, whether it's in laptop, whether in a mobile, or different hardwares also. But previously, it was not possible. The hardware was specific to that telco. So IP-based has removed that. So it's a service. I mean, you can see voice is a service, video is a service. Now I am talking to you, my voice and videos are reaching to you, and also like that. So this is a very, very big shift happened due to the internet protocols. But there is a challenge. So now if you look at, so this is a discarded the proprietary based protocol system and hardware of silos. So those telecom silos are gone. Internet protocol brought in that there is no proprietary. Anybody has my IP protocol downloaded in my system, like my laptop, mobile handsets and all. I can do browsing, I can do WhatsApp call, I can do voice calls, anything. Since it was IP based, interworking of the applications becomes simple. Because of the IP based, you see how simple it is now. The www, you can go any part of the world. Okay, so any user one network can call the other users another network. From here to another network is called. So these are the positive point happened. Thus removing the gateway type of products. The what used to happen classical, I showed you in this slide, this classical gateway kind of things is gone between the two. So IP as a flat across the systems, and now no those kind of problems. So the concepts of service came into the existence, and the voice, videos, email, etc. So main drawback of this approach is that each telecom operator configures had an impact on the packet exchange. But what happened? IP gives us flexibility, but these telcos, because they need the revenue, they cannot make everything free, so they tweak that. They make it according to their company's requirement and all. So if you want to go from one telecom Airtel to Reliance, or Reliance to here, there are the gateways there. The gateway devices are there. That creates a lot of delays and also all kind of challenges. So this is the main drawback. These approaches is that each telecom operator's configuration has an impact on the packet exchange across the networks. And guaranteeing the packet exchange requires complicated algorithms with cross-layer acknowledgement. So if I have cross-layer between two telcos going, I have to have those deep knowledges of that. So low latency services cannot be satisfied. The more and more cross-layer algorithms or complex algorithms needed for a communication, delay will happen. The moment delay happens, I cannot meet those 1 millisecond, 10 millisecond, 50 millisecond of delay. If I'm going from one network, cannot be satisfied one size fits. So here is a very classical, you all know about this picture. 7 layers of the networks, all of you know. And if I go, so if you look at application, presentation, session, transport, and network layer, top 5 layers, and that all the standards done top 5 layers from IEEE, Internet Engineering Task Force. They do the all top 5 layers standards. Bottom 2 layers, data link layer and 3GP done by either IEEE, data link layer and physical IEEE, like Wi-Fi is a IEEE protocol, but or your 4G, 5G and all are coming from 3GPP. So this is called your bottom 2 layers. So this, if you look at this picture very carefully, this transport layer has only 2 options, TCP and UDP. Till today, a lot of invention research is happening, but till today, only 2, transmission control protocol and user datagram protocol, only 2 options for all the applications. There are thousands of applications starting from voice calls to the video calls to the online video games to the anything you want to do, only 2 options. Similarly, if you look at very closely the network layer, I know there are so many things are proprietary there of different companies, but openly it is OSPF, Open Shortest Path First protocol, or Border Gateway Protocol, BGP, when you are going from one autonomous system to the another autonomous systems. So if you look at these 2 layers, transport and network layer, are only two options for all hundreds of applications. If I have a 10 millisecond delay, I have to approach one of these. If I have a 1000 millisecond delay, I have to approach one of these. So there is a no support from these 2 layers, which is major part. Bottom 2 layers, a lot of research is happening, and also it is changing very rapidly. Bottom 2, like physical layer and MAC layer. These bottom 2 layers are happening because of IEEE and 3GPP, all this is happening. But top layers, I have written it here, same slide, I have brought into the next slide. Here you can see here, TCP and UDP, OSPF and BGP, bottom 2 layers optimization is happening. Optimization means if the physical layer goes bad, MAC layer protocol changes automatically in the system. You cannot, you already there in your system. So a lot of research has been happened and gone in. So, but upper layers not optimized with applications. Whether I am using a 1 millisecond delay, 10 millisecond delay applications, or 1000 millisecond delay, these top 5s are not yet optimized in that aspect. Not so much, just going on research, but not done and deployed. So what will happen? And to this slide, please be focused, students. If you are doing, some of you are doing, planning to do research on those areas or planning, this is the very fundamental I'm talking about, which will take us for next 10 years of research. A lot of research has to happen because bottom 2 layer tech took us 10 to 15 years, still going on. But so now we look at this. I have this example. If you look at, please, next right side, please be attentive at here. I'm requesting you for that Aadhaar 300 millisecond I told you. So I have to have an Aadhaar based applications layer protocol. We have to invent a TCP layer 1. I've written TCP 1, which will be Aadhaar oriented kind of applications. Routing protocol 1, only this OSPF BGP may not be enough. And the MAC 1, medium access control 1, has to be protocol has to be invented, and 5 layer modulation, physical layer also. So look at this, from instead of bottom 2 layer getting optimized, from top to bottom all will be get optimized to give me 300 millisecond delay or less. So it looks like if it is in my device, it is one vertical of protocols for one set of applications. Similarly, if I have a driverless car, I have to invent an application 2 layer protocols, TCP2 and routing 2 or MAC 2 or 5 modulation 2. And if I have a video games of 50 millisecond, then application 3, TCP3, UDP3, routing 3, MAC 3, and 5 modulation 3. Why I'm given these 1, 2, 3 numbers? It is a symbolic. That means instead of only left side picture, if you see, I have only TCP and UDP 1 for all kind of application in the top. If I have OSPF BGP, that is only 1 and 1. That's all. But that is not going to meet and help me out in my long run in the application oriented. So if you right side figure, if you see Aadhaar, driverless cars, and video, on the below that there are 3 verticals there. Application 1, TCP 1, UDP 1 like that, or application 2, or application 3, TCP 3, routing 3 like that. So this looks like in your device, in my device, when I invoke a Aadhaar, it will invoke the first vertical. If I am doing a video games on my mobile, it will do the second verticals of the protocols. So, and this looks like a slice of protocol. This is called slicing from protocol's point of view. Now, when I invoke these protocols of the slice of my Aadhaar or video games from my mobile or laptop, they will demand from the base station, hey, this is a video games, you allocate this much of RAM, this much of bandwidth, wireless bandwidth, this much of configurations and all. So this is a slice of protocols and resources to meet your delay inside your system, same system. So which is not there as left side figure shows you on the top ones, top protocols. So this is the fundamental concept to understand the slicing here, which is much deeper than this, but to understand that. So this will be in your user device like this, same set of protocol equivalent to this Aadhaar or driverless car or the video games will be in the base stations, of base station catering to thousands of devices like that in that size and all, and also in the in-between routers and so till the destination. Okay. So this slicing, how to achieve is the whole research, how to optimize, what invention of the protocols will happen, how to achieve this slicing. This is the research happening. Okay. So let me go to the next slide. If you look at this slide, these verticals, what I showed you as a slice will be, so one of them may be our EMBB or ultra reliable low latency like the driverless cars. So you can see here, the bottom one is your URLLC, ultra reliable low latency slice. For that, the requirement for the transport and the base station, all those things will be different. Okay. And EMBB slice will be different, and even massive IoT slice is different. So similarly, these slices looks like a slice. You can see here either a vertical or horizontal. I showed you here. I've showed you vertically. That is nothing but it can be shown as a horizontally also. That's not a problem. So if I have a IoT kind of applications, I may be using these resources from the base stations and the routers, servers, and switches, or EMBB and URLs. So if you look at this example, and just to make you more and more practically understand that delay calculations in each hop, if you go from your own device, that is 4 elements are here for delay. Queuing delay, when you generate the packets, it is on the queue, then the processing delay in every device or switches and routers, and transmission delay when you transmit. And there is a propagation delay. It goes through the wireless or it goes through the optical and propagation. So there are 4 fundamental delays every device has. So if I go from UV, my UV is the Aadhaar UV is here, and I have to go to Delhi, then I have to cross 2,000 kilometers. Only propagation delay, only last one, the per kilometer is 5 microseconds. If I am just a rough calculation I have done with respect to 1.5 refractory index of the fiber. So 5 micron per second per kilometer and 2010 millisecond. Only travel is 10 millisecond. Only propagation delay. If I add to it transmission, processing, queuing, then it will be much more. Every hop, there are 50 hops from here to reach Delhi. So like this, look at this. I'm going from here, just a symbolic, then inter-autonomous system. Inter-autonomous system means if I'm in a Airtel networks, I'm entering into a Reliance network on the way to Delhi, that is called inter-autonomous systems. They're not the same homogeneous networks. They have their own protocols. And so this is again an inter. So like this, I reached Aadhaar office to bring my data. So coming to the point is that these gateways are also there between inter-autonomous systems. So delay will be much, much higher. So I'm sensitizing you that why I need a lot of research in this area to reduce the delay what 5G demands. Only 5G I showed you in my first figure is only from you to the base station. That is next building or half a kilometer from you. But that application has to reach to the destination and come back if you are doing something. Okay, so that kind of delay I need end-to-end performance. So if this is the thing, so these slices, if you look at this is a figures of same networks I am using for smartphone for massive this broadband kind of call, video conferencing I am doing it here. So same networks. RAT stands from radio access technology 1, radio access technology 2 means you are using Wi-Fi or you are using 5G. So this is the resource allocation will happen inside your switches and routers till the end and base station. Similarly, driverless car, again, I have shown you, and some of the IoT devices here. How to achieve it? This is the classical SDN architecture, software defined network architecture. These are called SDN controllers. This is the brain of the system. I'll give you first the example, then I will tell you. You are all staying maybe Delhi, Bombay, some parts of the world, you are listening to my talk. So by see, when your class gets over your clock, you just look at the class because you have to catch a metro, rail, or a bus. So you are from your class, the bus is 100 meters away. You saw 5 minutes is there. Okay, then fine. Then you walk slowly. So who gave the command? The brain saw the clock and brain gave the command to the leg, walk normal speed, you'll reach there within a 5 minutes, you will catch the bus. But when the class finished, but that we saw the clock that only 1 minute left. Then brain gave the command to the same legs that, hey, run. Then you start running. So there is a two things here. One is brain, which is calculating and telling that 100 meters you have to reach, so only 1 minute left, you have to run. Same leg which you used to walk yesterday, today it is asked to run. So muscle powers become strong and you start running by getting the command from the brain. So similarly, there are two things will happen at here for slicing. This SDN controller will calculate the moment you invoke an applications like a driverless car or a video game, it will calculate that end to end. You are sitting at here, your friend is sitting at Delhi, how much bandwidth is needed, how much delay is required, and all. It will give command to this below. You see, these are called SDN nodes. Sorry, this data plane networks nodes. It will give command, hey, give this much of CPUs, this much of RAM, this much of bandwidth. Then he will zoom reach to the destination within 50 milliseconds. 50 milliseconds, not 1 second. Okay, when I'm saying 1 second, it is taking 1 second. My data is there 50 milliseconds, 1 by 20th of a second. 1 by 20th of a second is reached to you. So this is the thing. So this is the way the conceptually people are working a lot on this SDN controllers and SDN, all those things. So you look, this is your mobile phone on the left side. This is the 5G base station BTS I've written, and it will cross through the core networks of that and go across and reach the destination. Another friends, both the friends are playing video games. So these are the challenges, but very interesting. If this is the wireless part and this is the optical network part, wireless has a different challenge, optical has a different challenge. How will map it? So this is a work we did 2017 in IEEE transaction, one of the publication of my student did, that how the SDN controller of the wireless and SDN controller of the optical, how to map the data, because wireless is a very difficult medium to manage because it's a wireless, because not like a wired optical. So these are the mapping, how to have a speed communication. So having said that, from my previous slides like this one, and also from the slicing, how to achieve it, how the SDN controllers and all, then the direction of the 5G. Then after understanding what is slicing, how 5G is going to implement it, how it is taking it forward and all. Architecture means, we confuse it sometimes. Architecture means topology plus protocol. So these two together we call as architecture for understanding. So direction of 5G. So if you look at the worldwide various standard bodies working on 5G system requirements and exact performance goals, a lot of standards. India, first time, will be proud as an Indian that first time in 3GPP, just 1 month back after the 72 years of India, first time they accepted 5GI. If you Google, you'll find it, 5G India, 5GI. This is completely indigenously done by the Indian professors and the scientists from the India, which is accepted by 3GPP. So these systems, so however, the industry and academia agreeing two following complementary views, which is driving the present research in industry in the 5G. Two complementary, one, evolutionary view, other is service-oriented view. The slicing comes under the service-oriented view. But evolutionary view is normal. You know, there is always two types of people or two types of scientists also. One says, hey, don't throw anything, keep it, and evolve over it, like internet. It was very slow. Now people are evolving a lot of things on the top of that. So natural transition from 4G advanced to the 4.5G to the 5G. So focus on significant improving the efficiency of mobile networks. 100 times, 1,000 times of traffic volume is increasing. Devices are 100 times. Just evolve slowly and stay there. But So there is a set of scientists that are telling no, service-oriented view, which I explained to you, and vision to cater wide range of services. From examples I have already given was robotics operations and driverless cars. It requires same physical infrastructure of the network to take different form depending on the service requirements, naturally to notification network slicings. So this network slicing is the concept which is coming in service-oriented view, which will support our present and the future of the communications. So it is more flexible and it will make the network more flexible. And as I said, software-defined networks and network function virtualization will help us to implement this. So this is the present. I said you the network control policies, IP protocols are here, which I showed you with respect to network, applications layer, transport layer, network layer, and all. And in this future infrastructure cloud, use case 1 slice, use case 2 slice, which I have already explained to you by the slicing figure, which I showed you, all those layers. So this is your 5G infrastructures, user RAN, core, transports. This is you. This is your handset or IoT device. And this is a radio access network base station, which is connected to MAF. And these are all servers giving different functions. So having said that, in the network slicing, there will be a lot of changes. We'll have platform resources, control and platform resources, slice management, algorithms. So these are the things we'll be working, major work going on now in different research labs, how to provide the platforms. Platform means your virtual CPU. See, the same CPU will be bifurcated to different functions. That's called virtual CPU. Virtual RAM. The RAM is total, say 16 GB, in your mobile. But different application will carve out different requirements, called virtual RAMs and all. So some of the works we are doing, I will take 2 minutes because some people may have questions to ask. So, so a few research steps on the networks we are doing. We are mainly working on network slicing and other problems also. Massive MIMO and all in our labs. There are, and also this open RAN. So these are the things they do, and the platform resource management RAN using the contention and non-contention based communication, network slice profile characteristics and profile migrations, SDN control RAN slices. All those things are happening in our labs here. So this is the thing we are now aiming, open RAN base station architecture for 5G. So from the National Mission Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System, we received a project of 150 crores from Government of India to develop 5G advanced base stations and also related advanced topics. So around 15 professors are working on this area and jointly with us in IEEE. So if you look at the bottom one, the orange one, if you see there's open RU radio units and PHY layer, and which has 2 parts, and PHY has a RF part, a radio frequency part, and the base stations. And it will lead to this open front. How this is the interface. Open RAN means the interfaces doesn't belong to anyone in previously. Now this will be open interfaces. That work is going on. So as a result of which, this monopoly of 3 companies which are there, the proprietary, as that may be slowly open up. Some of the things are already opened up by then, but it will open up for startups, medium-sized companies across the globe. So India is also waiting on this a lot on going forward. So if you look at this RAN intelligent controller is the most important thing, which is full of artificial intelligence, machine learning, which will be creating the slice. Okay, and summary in that is that in 5G era, the communication will further change our society by providing solid foundation to realize Internet of Everything. To enable such vision, it is essential to have deep understanding. For that only I presented those couple of slides, that the fundamental understanding where the network is, where is the bottleneck is, and what changes we need. So as one of the key features of the 5G network slicing allows a flexible system architecture able to deal with those requirements. 5G is a communication vision turning point, which will have deep impact on telecommunication as well as vertical industries. So this is the absolutely no problem, because 5G standards are done with respect to 4G industry, 4.0 industry evolution, which has 700 billion number of IoT. Only I told you there are so many things will come in. And thank you very, very much for inviting and giving me an opportunity to speak to you. My heartfelt namaste to you all. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an edifying presentation. I'm sure the participants are full of enthusiasm and are highly motivated to augment their skill set in the said areas. I would now open the stage for a brief Q&A session. I did have shortlisted 1 or 2 questions. It would be great if you could answer it in a minute or so. So, do you think network slicing will reduce and change opportunities and risks posed within the 5G network?
Yes, it will. It will increase, first of all, the performances and meet all the requirements, most likely of all the 5G's requirements. That EMBB, ultra reliable, low latencies, massive IoTs, most of the requirements will be met. And also because research is still going on and people are heading towards that limit. Secondly, the lot of opportunities will open up, a lot of new applications will come up due to this. Third, a lot of jobs opportunity will come up because 5G will like an infrastructure. It's like a highway of bandwidth over the wireless. So then people will open up, a lot of job opportunities will open up. And starting from drone, robotics, and all 5G is taking. I didn't talk about drone because that will open up another paradigm, another areas of research, which is going on. A lot of work is going on under the 5G. So this will definitely open up a lot of jobs also.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking up that question. I, along with the entire team of IEEE DELCON, wish to extend our deepest regard to you for being a part of this session. We hope that your inspiring experience will ameliorate the knowledge of our participants. It is our true pleasure to meet with you, sir, and we appreciate the time you took out from your busy schedule for such a thoughtful session. So, in recognition of your benign presence and that as a token of our appreciation towards you, we wish to present you with an e-memento.
Thank you. So nice of you all. So nice. Thank you. And I wish DELCON grow and wonderful. And thanks, Madam Professor Prerna Gaur, and for inviting, and our whole organizing committee. And Sharon, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for
Thank you so much, sir. It is
gracing this
our
occasion.
pleasure.
Thank
Further, I thank all those who took part in today's event and the audience for their interactive and zestful participation. I encourage all authors to disperse to their respective sessions for presentations. Thank you all. We'll be wrapping up this plenary session now.
Sharon, can I log off then?
Yes, sir. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you so
Thank
much
you.
for
Thank
being
you,
a
sir.
part.
Professor, thank you. See you then.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, it is audible.
Sorry, I regret for the delay actually. The first thing was there was a connectivity issue and I also forgot it. I got a call from the Mr. Pratap. So,
Sir, we didn't have a start yet. You are on time, sir.
okay. So, do we need to wait for some time?
Yes, sir, approx maybe 2 or 3 minutes, then we will start.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone has joined in so that we can start with the session. Welcome to DELCON 2022, the maiden IEEE Delhi Section International Conference on Electrical, Electronics and Computer Engineering, hosted by Netaji Subhash University of Technology. For this session, we have research work from track 4, which is VLSI Technology and Embedded Systems. I am Ujjwal Bansal and I will be your moderator for this session. We have Chirag Jindal as the presenter and Pratap as the coordinator. Our session chairs for track 4, session 5 or VES5 are Dr. Atul Sharma, Dr. Rajesh Mehra and Dr. Mohammad Wajid. We welcome you, chairs. All attendees are requested to please follow the following instructions so that we can maintain a smooth session. Please keep your microphones muted unless you are asked to unmute. All the authors are requested to join using their username in the following format: your paper ID _ your name. You can rejoin if you want to change your name. We will be calling the authors one by one. I will be calling the paper IDs and Chirag will be presenting the research work. After completion of the presentation, there would be a Q&A session in which the session chairs can ask questions or give any remarks to the authors. The authors are requested to turn on their mics and cameras for the Q&A. In case of any technical issue, please coordinate with Chirag Jindal or Pratap in the chat section. You are requested to stay till the session is over. Before starting with the presentations, I would like to ask the session chairs to please check if they have received the attendance sheet and a Google form for scores. Our coordinator Pratap has shared both the links on our personal WhatsApp and as well as on our emails. So if you could please acknowledge once if you have access.
Yes, I received both things. I'm Dr. Wajid. I received all those things.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I believe Dr. Rajesh is a bit late to join the meeting. So I think we can start, and if he joins, he can continue with the markings. So if the session chairs permit, we can start with the session.
Yes, you can start.
Thank you, sir. So starting with the session, the first paper ID that we have is 15707818896. The authors are Rupanita Das, Tanmaya Kumar Das, and P. Kabisatapathy. If anyone of you can please acknowledge your presence.
Yes, I am present.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. The topic for the paper is a modified square fractal antenna for RFID reader applications. I request Chirag to please start the presentation.
Yes, please. Hello, my slide is visible. Can you please acknowledge it? Hello?
Yes, it is visible to us.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. I, Rupanita Das, a PhD scholar of C.V. Raman Global University, Bhubaneswar, Orissa, going to present my research paper on a modified square fractal antenna for RFID reader application. My outlines include introduction, methodology, analytical model, simulations and result, conclusion, references. Introduction. In the contemporary situation, we know RFID is one of the most promising approach which is used in case of manufacturing sector and biomedical application. Due to the low cost, low profile and easy of fabrication, make it appealing in a variety of industry. The most prevalent application of RFID technology in biomedical application is the tracking and locating of both items and people. A simple RFID system is generally consists of a RFID tag and a RFID reader. We know the tag is generally embedded in the item which is to be tracked and the reader is generally placed nearby it.
The primary consideration for a circular polarization is that it requires orthogonal fields which have phase difference 90 degree with equal amplitude. To achieve the circular polarization, planar antenna may be used either as a single patch or an array of patch, but with a proper feed network. The
Sorry,
purpose
ma'am.
of this,
Excuse me.
yes,
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but ma'am, we were instructed to share the pre-recorded videos that you have submitted.
okay.
So you can please just stop the sharing so that Chirag can present the recorded video.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, no issues. Thank you. Chirag, you can start with the presentation. Thank you.
May I ask?
It was a great session. I invite the session chairs for the Q&A. The authors can unmute themselves.
Rupani, can I ask one question to you?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible? Yeah, you in the
Yes, sir.
conclusion you said something about the respiratory.
Sir, actually, voice is not clear. Some.
Am I audible
Hello.
now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm saying in the conclusion slide, you specified some respiratory application.
Yes, sir.
So can you just brief on that, how this antenna can be used for that and what is the bandwidth for this?
So generally, I have used, I plan to use that in the respiratory system, which will be used in the ISM band, and the frequency range is 2.40 gigahertz to 2.48 gigahertz.
2.48. So it is about approximately 0.0660 megahertz, basically, you are saying.
Yes, sir.
So is that bandwidth sufficient for that kind of application?
Sir, actually, that we have used that fractal antenna, which is ultimately a good choice for a wide bandwidth. So I think that can be worked, sir.
Okay. Because as far as I know, the bandwidth is an important thing for those kind of application because the resolution is
Yes, sir.
dependent on the bandwidth actually. And anyway,
okay. Yes, sir.
That's all from my side.
Thank you, sir.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Myself, Atul. Which simulation tool you used for your simulation?
Ma'am, I am using HFSS 19.2 EM
Okay.
simulator.
Is it open source simulator or paid simulator?
No, ma'am, it is a paid simulator.
Okay, fine. Then, is there any open source simulator available?
No, ma'am, open source is not available for electromagnetic simulation.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I think they have released one open source equivalent to HFSS. Recently, this NSYS has released electronics desktop edition of that. So, but that is for limited simulation. That can be used for maybe used for your application.
Oh, yes, sir. Sir, actually, it is not in my knowledge. Thank you for, sir.
Yeah, it was not there. It was recently, I think 6 months back, they have released.
Yes, sir.
So if there are no more questions, we can move to the next paper. I would like to remind the session first to please update the attendance sheet and the yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can move on next paper.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. I would just like to remind the session chairs to please update the attendance sheet and upload the scores accordingly. It is really important for the official records. The next paper ID we have is 15707822005. The authors are Intiqab Khan, Shamin Ahmed, Parvez Alvi, Mohammad Adil Roshan, Akbar Ahmed, and Mohammad Javed Siddiqui. If any one of you can please acknowledge your presence.
Sir, I Intikhab Alam Khan present.
Thank you, sir. The topic for their paper is efficiency enhancement of blue light emitting diode using lattice matched quantum barrier and modified quantum well. Chirag can start the presentation.
Sorry to interrupt. Actually, this video is just rotated actually.
Chirag, can you rotate it?
I can't do it while I'm presenting. Maybe we can proceed on next presentation and I will look into the matter. Am I audible?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. If the author has the access to the video in the corrected format, they can present, but the recorded file only.
Hello.
Hello, yes. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So do you have the video in the corrected format?
Yes, sir, I have.
So it would be nice if you could just present the video.
Okay, sir. My screen share?
No, sir. It's not visible.
Okay, sir. Just
If you need time, then we can move to the next paper and
no, sir. I
address your
think
paper later.
just 1 minute.
All right.
If you are still finding the trouble, I have edited that video and rotated it. Shall I present it?
Yes, Chirag, then you can present.
Okay, sir. Give me 5 minute chance. Then I will present my video after one presentation.
Chirag, you can move ahead if the video is corrected now.
Yeah, we shall move ahead. There's still some error in that video.
Okay. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. We can start with the next paper. The next paper ID we have is 157-078-2286. The authors are Nitish Kumar, Pragya Kumar Kaushik, Ankur Gupta, and Pushparaj Singh. If anyone of you can just acknowledge your presence.
Yes, I am presented, Mr. Nitish Kumar.
Okay. Thank you, sir. The title is Self-Heating Effects in Gate-All-Around FETs with Horizontal Stacked Multiple Junctionless Nanowires. Chirag, you can start the presentation. The chairs can ask any questions if they want to.
So do you have any comparative study in your paper where you have compared with the existing literature?
This is done by literature survey based because in the inversion mode device, the self-heating effect problem is too much high. So on the behalf of literature survey, I have done in this.
Ani, you have any comparison
Yes,
table over there in your manuscript?
actually, no, sir. In that, not compare because this is the part of my general paper. So in that, I have not included this.
Anyway, no issue. I just thinking you might have compared. Anyway.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nitesh, I have one question. Could you elaborate
Yeah,
some
sir.
existing techniques that you used in your research work as a base paper?
Yes, sir. Several of software available in market like centralized ticket, Silvaco ticket, and visual ticket to analyze the device performance. So this kind of software we use to analysis for device performance.
Actually, I just want to know which base paper you used for comparison purpose.
Yeah, basically, initially we start the inversion mode device, and after that we reach the junctionless paper of reported by JP Collins.
Okay. So, could you explain what is the real life application area where your research work can be used?
Yeah, you can this type of device you can use the micro processor and chip fabrication like memory and several things and switching application, analog performance and RF performance. So all these things this device can use.
Okay, Nitesh, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so assuming there are no further questions, we can move to the next paper ID. I would just like to remind the session just to please update the attendance sheet and upload the forms accordingly. The next paper ID we have is 157078292. The author is George K. Godso. If you could please acknowledge if you are present. Okay, I think the author is not present yet. So we can move to the next paper ID. The next paper ID we have in the list is 157078292. The author is Kadyam Rajshekhar. If you could please unmute and acknowledge your presence.
Sir, I'm present, sir. Hello,
Okay,
can you
that's
hear
great. The title of the yes, you're audible. The title of the paper is Effect of AI Doping in P-Types, SNOX, Thin Film Transistors, Physics and Modeling. Chirag, you can start the presentation. The session chairs can ask any questions if they have.
Yeah, I just say it was well presented.
Thank you.
Okay, so assuming that there are no further questions, can move on to the next paper. Before moving on, I would just like to request the professors again, the chairs to just fill the attendance sheet. We are strictly instructed by Professor Prerna to keep a track of all the people who are there for presentation. Thank you. So we can just move on to the next paper. Next paper we have is with paper ID 15707836163. The author is Dikshit Krishnegowda. If you are present, you can please acknowledge. Okay, I believe the author is absent today. The next paper ID we have is 157078329. The authors are Abdul Naim Khan, Meenakshi Chauhan, K. Jaina, and Gaurav Chatterjee. If any one of you can acknowledge your presence.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Hello?
Okay. Oh, yes. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir, I'm here. I'm here, sir.
Yes, you're audible, sir. I know, sir. Yes, sir. I'm marked. The title is Improved Analog Performance of PZT Ferroelectric A1 GAN, AIN, GAN, E mode, GR, MOSH, EMT. Achha, now you can start with the presentation.
Thank you. So, whatever comparison you have done in your study, actually, it's all just varying the aluminum percentage over there. So, is there any study which you have done with the state of the art device? You have proposed a device, and have you compared your performance with the some state of the art device actually?
Hello.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Sir, I have already compared HAMT, MOSAMT, and hello.
Yeah,
Can I
your
imply?
device.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Yes,
saying
sir.
the comparison table which you have specified is only for your device, the table which you have shown in your paper or in the presentation. I'm saying, have you compared your proposed device structure performance with some existing device?
No, sir. Not for this paper.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that was comment. Now, other thing which I want to know is, you said it is applicable for the high frequency. So have you have you tested your device up to what
No, sir.
frequency it can operate?
Sir, I have just a simulation work.
Yeah. Because in the introduction
So,
section you said something about the high
sir, but
frequency.
device is not. No,
That's
sir.
why
But
I'm
device.
asking.
Sir, because the device is generated high much power and threshold voltage, so it will be evident if we tested on modeling purpose.
Okay, that's all from my side.
According to me, this is a basic survey paper. You just use a simulation tool for your simulation. You didn't compare your work. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Have you know about some existing techniques related to that relate your work?
Which term, sir?
I just know some existing devices that you must compare with your proposed work. The name of devices or the name of some paper, some existing techniques. Have you studied for your research
Sir,
paper?
I have studied, but I have not compared any of technique in this paper.
So could you explain some one or two technique, or you can just name those techniques? I just want to know the techniques name.
So which type of techniques?
Devices, sorry, the existing devices that relate your work.
Sir, there are so many devices in terms of Algan and HAMT and MOSAMT are already presented. But I have not compared because I have using the ferroelectric material, so I have not compared in this paper.
Okay. Which tool you used for simulation? Is it open source?
No, sir, it is not open. So I have used Silvaco at last decade.
Okay. Try to use open source simulator. There are a lot of simulators available. Okay.
Can you suggest, sir, any one of them?
Mr. Wajid suggests in existing paper. Okay, then go
Yeah, actually,
in
they are
Google
open
Scholar
source,
and
but
find.
there are limitations with those open source tools.
Yes, sir.
Available. But if it is, actually, the reason is that for the student learning, nowadays in the online mode, the problem is the students cannot access the paid tools actually. Maybe because
Yeah,
of that,
this
Dr.
is
Atul
the
is
main
emphasizing
reason.
this point. Yeah, if the labs are accessible like a Silvaco as he specified or any other TCAT tool, uh, if it is available, it's okay actually because that performance we cannot get from free tool actually.
Sir, most
But
of
in
the
the
results are
online
not
mode,
generated. Sir,
yeah,
most of the results are not generated by the open source tools.
yeah. You know. So I think Dr. Atul is emphasizing because of the online mode, everything is going in the online mode, and you may
Yes,
not
sir.
have access
Yeah.
to the tool.
Yes.
Maybe the reason.
Okay, Abdul.
Okay,
Please,
thank you very much, sir.
thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you for the presentation. I would just like to remind the session chairs to please fill the attendance form and upload the scores. Dr. Wajid, you haven't filled the attendance sheet. Professor Prerna has asked us to please insist the
I
chairs to
have
fill the form.
okay. I
If you
have
could
filled it
please.
actually. I'm just doing it in offline mode, and I will upload. I am filling the Google form simultaneously. So I've downloaded your Word
Okay.
file and I will send it back to you in email. Okay. Miss, filling it what? I need to mark the attendance in the attendance sheet. That's the thing I need to do. That's the thing you are expecting from our side.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can just. Yes,
So
sir.
I'm doing it in the
You can
offline
just
mode, but
open the
I'm just
link.
filling the Google form simultaneously.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. After the session, I will
Okay,
just
sir.
send
Okay,
you
sir.
by email.
Thank you so much, sir. So with that, we can move on to the next paper. The next paper we have is with paper ID 15778383431. The authors are Prachi Palsodkar, Mohit Wankhede, Chaitanya Borkute, Atharva Chaudhary, Bhavesh Vagnani, and Prasann Palsodkar. If anyone of you can please acknowledge.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Yeah, the title of the paper is Yocto-based home application using Open BMC platform and REST API. Chirag, you can start with the presentation.
Yes, can I say something here? Yeah, Mr. Chaitanya.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Your title is something home automation, Yocto based home automation. Honestly, the objective is not clear to me as well as the outcome is not clear. Yes. What was your objective and what you have achieved actually? It's not clear to me. If you can elaborate here.
Actually, we have to make a home fan automated system which will be controlled by a Linux based system using Yocto.
Yeah, but what research component is here? What development component? I cannot see it actually here, or maybe not. I have not understood actually, because to me it seems to be I've not got any information from your this thing. Even the objective is not clear or not properly explained. Actually, you can explain it here. Maybe in other words, you can explain now.
So first of all, we download the Ubuntu in our laptop, and there we install a Linux, and then we build an image on Yocto, which got flashed in Raspberry Pi, and from there we measure the voltage of the home automation, measure the voltage of many device of the system.
Chaitanya, sorry to interrupt, but according to me, this is a simple BTech first year or second year project. Okay? There is no research. I found in your paper. Okay? You didn't use any data set for analysis. You just use a simple already built tool for, and you just make up image and then analyze that image. Okay, so I just want to know what is the objective of your research paper. According to me, this is not your research paper. This is just a BTech project. Mr. Wajid also want to know the objective of your research paper, the outcome of your research paper. What is the base of your research paper? Right, Mr. Wajid?
Yeah, the same question I was asking.
But you
Yeah,
didn't.
we can proceed to the if next participant, if or the participant may ask the question if any participant want.
Yes, any participant may also ask some question.
Otherwise, I request Ujjal, we can move to the next one.
Yes, sir. Actually, according to the sequence, all the papers are done.
Okay,
But
okay.
one
One
paper had an issue with the video. So if Chirag can again try
one paper is
presenting it.
pending actually. In the paper is pending actually. So I can see there was some video issue now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We can finish it quickly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Chirag has tried to resolve it. Chirag, can you please start presenting?
Hello everyone, I Intikhab Alam Khan is going to present my topic, that is efficiency enhancement of blue light emitting diode using lattice meshed quantum barrier and modified quantum well in the IEEE Delhi section International Conference 2022. So before going further, let's first discuss the topic that we are going to discuss in the next few slides. First is the introduction of the topic, then why we are choosing gallium nitride material, efficiency group, their causes, solutions, schematic of LED structures, their simulation results, and finally the conclusion. LED lighting technology is quickly becoming the dominant source of lighting in the modern world. The various advantages that solid state lighting technology have over conventional light sources, lower electrical power consumption, longer time, low heat generation, quick response time, and many more. The invention of the blue LED by Samu Akasaki, Hiroshi Yamano, Shin Nakamura have led to technology with energy efficiencies 200 to 300 lumen per watt. And in 2000, popularizing physics for this pioneer work. Blue LED is also used for the production of the white light. Now the question arises why we are choosing gallium nitride material. So for creating the blue LED, the material should fulfill two conditions. First, the material should be a direct bandgap transition, and second, the material should have a bandgap 2.4 approximately equal to 2.4 electron volt. So apart from silicon carbide, ZnSe and gallium nitride, silicon carbide is an indirect bandgap semiconductor, so its luminous efficiency is very low. Gallium nitride crystals are tough material both physically and chemically than the ZnSe, and it also has higher thermal conductivity than the ZnSe. That's why we are choosing gallium nitride as a material for the production of the blue LED. Efficiency droop. The emission efficiency of gallium nitride based light emitting diode has been improved dramatically in the last few years. However, high power applications in the solid state lighting are still restricted by a problem called efficiency droop, that is sharp decline in emission efficiency at high injection current. There are several causes for this, like Auger combination, quantum confined start effect, that is the polarization effect, carrier leakage and escape from the active region, poor hole injection into the active region, and saturation of radiative recombination at high injection current. Solutions: improving the electron confinement within the active region, enhancing the injection of the holes across the active region, reduction of polarization and lattice mesh quantum well and quantum barrier, so that the piezoelectric polarization is improved and hence the electric field is reduced, so there is a better overlapping of electron and hole wave function. Now figure 6 shows the cross-sectional view of the LED structure. In this, different layers are shown, like p-type gallium nitride, n-type gallium nitride. P-type aluminum gallium nitride is known as the electron blocking layer, which is used for blocking the electrons so that they can't move from the active region. And multi-quantum well region is made up of gallium nitride as a barrier and indium gallium nitride as a quantum well, in which the percentage of indium is 21%. LED structures. In this, we have shown three LED structures. First one is LED A, LED B, and the last one is LED C. LED A has single quantum well, and the quantum barrier are made up of gallium nitride. In LED B, the single quantum well is modified into stepped quantum well, in which the percentage of indium is decreased from 21% to 10%. And finally, the LED C, which have stepped quantum well, and the gallium nitride barrier is changed into indium gallium nitride barrier, in which the percentage of indium is 3%. Luminous power. The luminous power of LED A, B, and C is shown in figure 8. The output power with respect to LED current, reference to the current for LED A, B, and C. We can clearly identify that the output power of LED C is more than LED A and B. The values of the output power are found to be 1.36, 2.04, and 3.07 watts for LED A, B, and C respectively. Figure 9 shows the internal quantum efficiency for three designed LED structures. We can calculate the percentage of efficiency droop with the help of the given formula. The degradation in the efficiency for designed LED structures are found to be 41.7%, 28.4%, and 5.2% respectively. Hence, we conclude that the efficiency droop in LED C is very low as compared to LED A and B. We have seen that the output power for the LED C is significantly improved and the efficiency droop of LED C is also reduced. Now, in order to analyze the reason behind this remarkable enhancement, we now examine the energy band diagram, electron hole concentration, radiative recombination rate, power spectral density, using the well-calibrated simulation tool, that is the Atlas Silvaco. So first one is the energy band diagram. Figure 10 and 11 shows the energy band diagram of LED A and LED B. LED A comprises of indium gallium nitride quantum well and gallium nitride barrier. So because of the using of the step quantum well in LED B, using the LED B, the height of the barrier for electrons at the EVL side is increased to 455 milli electron volt as compared to 397 electron volt in LED B. The most efficient designed LED structure is LEDC. The lattice mismatch is much reduced within the quantum well and the quantum barrier, and the height of the barrier for the electrons at the EVL side is increased to 561 milli-electron volt as compared to LED A and LED B. From the figure 13, we can see the enlarged view of the conduction band of LED B and LED C at 250 milliampere. The mismatch in lattice between the quantum well and the quantum barrier in LED C is much reduced. That leads to less polarization, and the electric field is also reduced. That's why LEDC experiences less band bending as compared to other two LED structures. Hence, the output power is increased and internal quantum efficiency is also much improved in LEDC. Current density. The current density of LED A and B shown in figure 14 and 15. And we can see that the concentration is somewhat increased from LED A to LED B when we are using the step quantum L in LED B. In LEDC, the concentration in all the quantum well increased as compared to other two LED structures due to step quantum well and indium gallium nitride barrier. The piezoelectric polarization is reduced in the active region, and hence the band bending is also improved. That's why there is a better overlapping of electron and hole wave function in the active region of LEDC. In LEDC, the carrier concentration inside the quantum well is almost uniform. So this uniform carrier concentration within the active region leads to suppressing the quantum confinement Stark effect, which leads to more radiative recombination, and hence optical power in LEDC is improved. The radiative recombination rate of LED A and B is shown in figures 17 and 18. Due to higher injection of holes and more electron hole overlapping, the rate of radiative recombination is improved in LED B. So due to the polarization matched quantum well and quantum barrier, the rate of radiative recombination is almost uniform in LEDC among the top 4 quantum wells, because the distribution of carriers is uniform in wells due to lesser piezoelectric polarization. Spectral characteristic. The spectral characteristics of the designed LED structure is shown in figure 20. We can see that the peak wavelength of the LED structure is around 460 to 465 nanometer, which is the spectral range of blue LED. Hence, it implies that the LED emit blue light. Conclusion. The performance of all the 3 designed LED structures having 5 quantum well is investigated. We have analyzed the output luminous power and internal quantum efficiency with respect to injection current. And we conclude that the LEDC have better output power than the two LED structure, and it has lesser efficiency droop as compared to other 2 designed LED structure. The structure C having uniform carrier concentration in all the quantum well. The simulation software we have used for simulation of 3 designed LED structure is Atlas Silvaco, and the simulation parameters are well calibrated. Hence, we recommend structure of LEDC for manufacturing of highly luminescent LED. So that's all about the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Intikhab, for presentation.
Hello.
You have. Am I audible to you, Intikhab?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, I just want to see the comparison. Actually, you have taken the 3 different LEDs and you have done some comparison among them. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I can see there are different regions in that. Okay, and you have just done a minor change. Say in the barrier region, in the A and B, you have taken gallium nitride, and in the C, you have taken indium gallium nitride material. And there's a minor change
Yes,
in the
sir.
Q
Actually,
region.
sir, this is
So
not the
question is
minor
how
change.
you
Actually,
decide that.
yeah.
Yeah, my question is,
Actually,
let me complete.
ex
My question
okay,
is
sir.
how you decide that now introduce this material or change this structure, then the performance will increase actually. What's the physics behind that actually?
Yes, sir. The physics behind that is, first of all, we have to improve the lattice mismatch between the two barriers, like the quantum barrier and the quantum well. So for minimizing this lattice mismatch, so lattice mesh material should be used. So first, the quantum well is of gallium nitride. So we have to choose the quantum barrier of material that have lattice constant same with the gallium nitride. So on incorporating indium into the gallium nitride material, the lattice will like constant will be changed. So on incorporating 3% indium, the lattice constant is almost same as that of the gallium nitride. So by changing different percentage of the indium into the gallium nitride, we have just simulated different results by taking indium 2%, 3%, 5%, and 7%. So on getting from all these results, we have just concluded that on taking the 3% indium, our results are better. So that's why we have choose 3% indium.
In the QW, I can see the figure 2 actually. I can see a width of around 1 nanometer in QW region. So on what
Yes, sir.
basis you decided this width?
Actually, sir, for creating the step in the quantum,
IEEE.
like in yes, sir. LED has only one single quantum well. So in LED, we have just make the step in the quantum well. So we also take different dimensions of these step, 1 nanometer, 0.5 nanometer, and we have done different research on this width. So after getting all the results from different widths like 1 nanometer or 2 nanometer, or we can make 0.5 nanometer in the middle, or 1 nanometer in the outer region. So this is a different research. From that research, we have concluded that on taking 0.5, 1 nanometer and 0.5, we can get the better
So it means
results.
you have done a parametric study. That's the thing you want to say. You have done a parametric study.
Yes, sir.
But
Yes,
not
sir.
you have not presented in your paper actually. I can see only 3. Okay, anyway. Okay, that's all from my side.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Actually, that's a different work. From that work, we have chosen all these parameters and then compare with all of them.
Okay, I understood.
Okay.
What is your future agenda? How you extend your paper in future?
Sir, future agenda is in practical word, the luminous efficiency of the LED is increased by day, and the current is reduced. Like we can see that the current LED are of 5 watt or 9 watt LEDs are there in the market. So future scope is that how we further minimize the injection current for getting the high luminous power, high brightness.
Okay, good presentation, Intkab. Thank you.
Pardon, sir?
I said good presentation. Thank you.
Actually, sir, not audible.
I said good presentation. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello, Assistant Chair. Can I ask one question?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
The indium gallium arsenide and aluminum gallium arsenide based with mole fraction change, the device is fabrication possible? I'm asking to. Yeah, you
I
have
think
used the
this is for
Indian
Intikab.
gallium.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Intikab, please answer this question.
Sir, pardon, please.
You have used indium gallium nitride and aluminum gallium nitride for the LED.
Okay.
So with fabrication changes, sorry, mole fraction changes, this material which can fabricate the device using this material.
Yes, sir. We can fabricate the device. Actually, the aluminium gallium nitride is used for blocking the carriers, so that will not escape.
Not my question is, we can how to maintain the mole fraction value.
How we can mold? So actually, for this is a question of the fabrication process. On fabrication, then we will see what are the challenges that we will get during the fabrication. Then we will see how we can control or change the mole fraction. Actually, this is only the simulation results, and we can't say anything about the mole fraction.
Okay, so you have any evidence of fabricated device?
No, sir, not yet. Actually, I have just taken the reference from the different research papers, and from the research paper we have taken different ideas how to design the design an efficient LED structure. And I have also taken reference from some fabricated LED structures in my research paper. You can see the different research papers in my reference, from where I get the idea of for efficient design, efficient LED structure.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
It was a great presentation.
Ujjwal, can I
Anyone else from the?
say one thing? Ujjwal,
Yes, yes,
can
sir.
I say
Sure.
something? I have attendance sheet with me, and here it's written signature insert. So is that mandatory? Means how we can insert it in the software?
Sir, you can just type your name instead. It
Okay,
is also
that's it.
fine.
Okay, those who are absent, for that, should I mark absent?
No, sir, you can just leave it blank instead.
Okay, okay, I will leave it there. Okay, so I will be sending this via email actually. I don't know how to update there. I'm just sending it via email. Okay, is that
Okay,
okay?
sir. Okay, sir, you can send it by email. Sir, shall I send the email ID of the coordinator?
Sorry, my email ID you asking?
No, sir. Do you want me to send the email ID of the coordinator?
No, I have an email ID of the conference email ID. Should I send it to conference email ID? Means via
No, sir, not
which
to the
I got.
conference email ID. Actually, this session was moderated
Okay, you
by
can
us,
drop it.
so
You can drop on my
I can
WhatsApp.
send
The
you the
email
email
ID
ID.
will drop. Yeah, yeah, I will send it over there.
Okay, 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 sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. If anyone else has no further questions, we can conclude the session. So we are done with the authors of VES 5, and hence we arrive at the end of today's session. I thank the session chairs to spare the valuable time and grace the session with their acclaimed presence. I also congratulate all the authors for a successful presentation. I hope we had a great learning experience. Now, I would like to request you all if you could turn on your camera so that we can have a quick group picture. Thank you, everyone. I think we have taken the group picture. It was a really good session, and
Hello.
yes, ma'am.
Uh, Hello, sir. This is Nikhila. Actually, my paper presentation is the timing was from 5:15. Actually, it was written as 17:15. So, am I supposed to join that session or
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can I know your track number, please?
track 4? It's track 4. Uh,
Okay, track 4. Okay, just let me check once.
Actually, I joined in the session since the link was shared in the group. So,
Yes, ma'am. The link remain active the whole day.
okay. So,
Okay, yes, ma'am. 5:15, we have a session of track 4.
okay, sir.
Ujjwal
Sure.
sir, can we leave?
Yes, yes, ma'am. You can leave.
So,
Okay,
I will
thanks, Ujjwal.
be. Okay. Thank you, sir. I will be providing my presentation in the coming session, right?
Yes, ma'am. The session
Okay.
starts at 5:15. You can you start joining by
Okay.
5:10 or so.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. Yes, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you're
So
audible.
yes, I can see in this session there are 7 papers, correct?
Yes, sir,
Yes,
there's 7
sir.
papers.
And how much time is allotted for presentation?
10 minutes for presentation.
10 minutes?
Yes, sir, 10 minutes for presentation, and then we'll have a Q&A session with the session chairs and the presenter.
Okay, so that is
That-
5 minutes. So 10 plus 5.
That is 5-6 minutes. That is quite, but the presentation time is limited to 10 minutes.
Okay, okay. And any order is there in which paper has to be presented? Who will take care, or we have to take it as
I'm the moderator for this session, sir. I'll be announcing the paper ID and the I'll be calling out the paper IDs and those that paper has to be presented at that time. I'll be calling out all the 7 papers in an order.
Okay, okay, great.
Okay. Okay, so good morning, everyone, and welcome to DELCON 2022, the Maiden IEEE Delhi Section International Conference on Electrical, Electronics, and Computer Engineering. It is hosted by Netaji Subhash University of Technology, Dwara, this year. For this session, we have track 1, that is Data Science and Advanced Analytics, DSA 4. We have Dr. Puneet Mishra, Mr. Ajay Goyal, and Dr. Malay Ranjan Tripathi as the chairs for this session. We welcome your session chairs. I'm Arman Sood, moderator for this session, and we have Harsh Bansal as the presenter and Yash as the coordinator. Session chairs, we have an attendance and remark sheet as well as a form for scores that needs to be filled by the end of the session. So we would like to share it with you. Please check whether you have received it or not. Few instructions to keep in mind during the session. Please mute yourselves until you're not asked to unmute. We will call the authors one by one and will present their research work. After completion of the presentation, I request the authors to unmute themselves for Q&A session. Session chairs are requested to please fill the Google Doc shared with you and upload it after the completion of the session. In case of any technical issues, please coordinate with Harsh or Yash in the chat section. You're requested to stay till the session is over. And to check the order for the presentation, the session chairs can have a look at the attendance form. The order is mentioned over there. So I think we are on time and we should start with the session. So first up, we have the paper ID 1570782057, titled Vehicle to Vehicle Interaction at Mid-Block Section using Trajectory Database, and it's written by S. Pradeep Reddy, Naveen Kumar Chikakrishna, Racha Konda Pranavi, Dohit Kumar, and M. Reddy. Are all these authors present in the meet? If the authors of this paper are present in the meet, kindly respond. Oh yes, so you're audible. Pradeep Reddy. Okay, we can begin.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
thank
Now
you. The present.
now it is for questions. Any questions, one or two? I think we started a little late. We are 4 minutes late right now. Any questions, one or two? Yeah, if not, I will ask one question, not more. Can you tell what is the difference between the R square and chi matrix? I mean, what you studied here, and how they are helping you. Are you there? I suppose the presenter should be here. Otherwise, you will not approve this.
Hello.
He's there, sir.
Presenter, please, your name. Can you just approve? What is your name?
Pradeep Reddy, sir. Pradeep Reddy.
Pradeep Reddy. Okay. See, I'll check you if it is your paper. Okay. Yeah. So just tell us. You have used the Python or MATLAB?
MATLAB, sir. MATLAB and RStudio.
RStudio you have used. That's great. Okay. That is why RStudio used for the data analysis. No, for what?
Sir, we have used MATLAB, RStudio, and Python also, sir. In three, and we got the R square value.
Now, why you use the Python and R and MATLAB all three? I think Python could be enough if you. I mean, is there any motivation or because you want to practice? Because all software, I mean, R and Python, of course, they are and recently people are using for the. I mean, both the things, for the AI and data analysis, they are using. Okay, MATLAB, of course, people are using. But what is the motivation behind this? Why you took this all three in piece of this work?
So which one is suitable for this ANN and SVM models? Which is
In
suitable?
SVM also, I worked on some project on the AI that is on Python was enough. I was using the Anaconda. Nowadays, AWS, many cloud company provider, they are also giving their own version. So why you took the R and all? I never find some problems with that. But I mean, why I'm saying, no, there are so many young students will be there and they will be motivated and they should know what for what. If you know, you tell, otherwise you will pass on. There's no problem. Okay.
We got the values accurate in MATLAB and RStudio, sir. That's why we taken the RStudio for this model, sir.
Okay, you feel R is the more accurate.
Yes, we got the R square and R square values in RStudio only, sir.
What is the score you got? It is 99%.
92, sir.
Achha, how you confirm what is the kind of your model? What is the sure that what is the reliability of your model? It is predicting proper things. How you ensure?
So we can see the severities of junctions, sir. Severities.
Okay. Okay. Now, what is the use of the clearance state? Why you did that?
Severity, sir.
Clearance. You have made those graphs. Why you?
Sir, one is headways means front bumper to back bumper, sir. Front bumper to and lateral clearance means side to side vehicle, sir. Beside to beside.
Okay, you feel that is the good for the safe purpose. You studied for that purpose.
Yeah, sir. It did for both,
Okay.
sir.
Anyway, we are now okay. Now we'll go for the next presenter. We have given. We can start for the next one.
Okay. Any more questions by any other session, sirs?
No, Ariman, this is fine. Thanks.
Okay.
So, all the session says you must have received a mark sheet on your chats. Just update the marks of the paper that has been presented on that and fill the attendance form also.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Okay, now we'll move on to the next presentation. Next, we have paper ID 1570782164 titled Evaluating Vehicle Pedestrian Interaction at Unsignaled Junctions Using Trajectory Data. And the authors are Dhruv Sharma, Chavi Dhiman, and Dinesh Kumar. So we can begin now.
Yeah, we can begin.
So I am just looking for the author right now. Is he available? Is he here?
Author of these papers, are you available? Please kindly respond.
Yes, sir. I am available.
Okay. We can begin.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm myself Karnaka Reddy from
The session says can ask the questions.
Yeah, so I have one question, Karunakar. You said that your summary or conclusion is that there is no risk for pedestrian, uh, right? But there was an associated statement along with that, if they passes first. What does that mean? I didn't get it.
Sir, voice some disturbance, sir. Can you
Okay,
ask it once
so
again?
so in your conclusion, you had talked about that there is no risk for pedestrians. What exactly does that mean?
Yes, sir. In the junction which I have considered, there is the vehicle passing first and pedestrian passing first. Two cases are have considered, sir.
Yeah.
With that consideration, if the vehicle passes before the the vehicle might get passes through the pedestrian and the pedestrian will be in danger. If the pedestrian passes first before arriving the vehicle, the pedestrian will be the safe due to less amount of traffic on that time. Like that, I have considered and mentioned in the conclusion.
No, but what are the recommendations based on this? If you have to recommend something for the traffic police, what it would be?
Yeah, it would be as per my study, the traffic. There is no more amount of heavy vehicles. Most of the vehicles are two-wheelers, three-wheelers, then four-wheelers only. So the road is like road design and the geometry is good fit for now. For the future purpose, need to mm, need to increase the lane width and put a signal is some feasibility and use it for the pedestrians who are using that cross junction.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I could not follow your presentation because of some voice problem. Maybe it is my end or it is to everybody. Mm, My thing, my network is okay, but I don't know. Anyway, I think we are already 5:46. Due to some late start, maybe due to me or someone. Okay, we can go ahead. We can go for the
Okay,
next
sir.
presentation. Yeah.
All right. So kindly update the marks for this presentation in your mark sheet. And
Yeah.
at- attendance form, kindly fill that also. We've received one response till now.
I have some queries I'll ask later. Just to do.
Okay.
Uh,
Yes, sir.
okay, I'll just
Okay,
call
thanks.
you again. I'll call you now. Okay, now we are going for the third presentation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, third
So
is
now we have paper ID 1570783482.
okay.
The topic is Safe to Fly an Onboard Intelligent Fault Diagnosis System with Auto ML for Unmanned Aerial Vehicles. And the authors are Ritik Bompilwar, Surya Pratap Singh Rathore, Aparna Singh, and Devanjan Das.
Okay,
Any
who's
of the
the
authors
online?
present in the meet?
Yeah, very good evening, everyone. This is Ritik, and yeah.
Okay.
What is your name, please? Your name is?
Ritik Bompilwar.
Acha, Ritik. Ritik is presenting, first author.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
We
go
can
ahead.
start.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Very warm greetings to all the respected dignitaries present. This is Ritik Bompilwar, and I will be presenting Safe
Yeah, so I have a question here.
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, so first of all, I would like to congratulate the authors. They have very nicely presented the paper, and I see a very crisp and clear presentation was being made. So wonderful. I am having one doubt. You have taken only 2 days data, July 21st and July 23rd. And out of that, second data set is the combination of first and the second day data. So why you have chosen to stop only at 2 days data? Why not 3 days data you have selected? What was the reason or rationale behind it?
Firstly, thank you so much for your kind words, sir. And moving on to the question part. So actually, the data set was acquired from the reference that we mentioned. So it was a fixed wing UAV, and the experiment was already done by other researchers that we have referred, and they had only 2 days of flight data. So what we wanted to do is make most of the 2 days of flight data. So we came up with the rationale that let's train one model where we train like firstly we train models on the day one or the first day data, and then we validate it over the second day data. And the other case or the other scenario might be, which is in general, like very much generalized case, that we take the like combine the all the data we have, make our own data set and split it into training and testing. So, sir, that was the rationale. If we would have had like a bigger data set, then we would have surely gone for a much larger data set.
Oh, so you have done this portion only from the data available from the literature. You don't have your own data set, and you
No,
don't
sir.
have your
We have
own.
not. No, sir. As this was real-time flight data, so we couldn't create it ourselves. So we have acquired this data from the reference mentioned.
Okay, but still you can give an answer whether 2 days data is sufficient, or if you are having suppose 10 days data, which will be beneficial for your algorithm and your this AutoML technique.
Yes, sir, for sure. Sir, like if we all know, like the more the data is, it's always like better it is. But in this particular case, we just had 2 days data. So in that much less amount of data, our AutoML model actually gave very much nice predictions. And I'm not talking about the second data set where we have merged the data. We are I'm mentioning the fact where we had trained our model on just a particular day or a flight data, and we are then testing it over a completely different flight. So this is where it shows its usability compared to the referred paper, which only had a 48% of testing accuracy. Ours actually got 78%. So even if we have a small data set, AutoML model actually is showing its efficiency and its usability for a generalized, where it can be used in a very generalized way.
No,
And
this
maybe on
percentage only I am having doubt. You are not having any UAV with you. You are just working with the data set which is collected and generated by someone else, and then you are trying to find out, because you cannot validate your 78% claim, correct? It is just coming out of your software what you have made.
Yes, sir. It's coming out of the like it's like we have got the results, and yeah, we will also like open source the course, our code once our paper is published and all. But sir, the results are like it can be validated through the code that we have used.
Okay, so but what I wanted that a real hardware validation of your claim would have been much better. Anyway, for
Yeah, I
this
have one
amount of
question.
work, that is good. Thank you.
Yeah, that could be good basically. Just one question from my side. This data you got from open source. I mean, you are allowed to use this data that you have checked?
Yes, sir. We had checked with the licensing, and we were supposed to cite the paper where the data set was proposed, and we did it. So, like and we also had contacted the
Yeah.
authors for regarding a few queries.
Okay, that also permission you have. Second point is that your contribution. This code what to AutoML, it is you have taken from open source?
No, sir. like everything, then we have used a library which is open source, but code is ours only. Like we have ourselves developed all the models that are proposed in here, and we have also like fine-tuned and we have also done like hyperparameter tuning of the traditional ML algorithms that we have mentioned. So all the code, like all the code and models develop, like it's our novelty.
Acha, you told about the confusion matrix and other things. That just you use the software. That thing uh, that you
Yeah,
have
so
made on your own. Of course, similar codes are available. You might have checked those things before writing your code. What is your contribution basically? The AutoML, that algorithm is yours. You mean that?
Yes, sir,
AutoML.
exactly. Like till now, or the paper we referred, it actually had a proposed the data set, and it only used the like.
Just repeat my question is that when first time you are using AutoML, this
Sorry,
is
sir.
your
No. I have been no.
okay. This someone has done the AutoML. That's you mean, eh?
Yes, sir. Yes,
AutoML
sir.
is
Yes,
the
sir.
someone's idea. Okay, you have just used that thing, and then you have written your code.
Yeah,
Switch.
actually, what AutoML does is it takes in our data set and it tries to find a model or the best suitable model that fits our data. So every time the model will be different.
That means AutoML is someone has done what, that is what I'm saying. I'm just looking at what is your contribution, because I know we write the codes because confusion matrix, F1 score, ANN techniques, different nav bias, whatever algorithm. There is so many. If you go get it or somewhere, you'll find so many applications there. You can take the idea of the code also. You can implement on your own. You can do any complex application also, that is there. I mean, those kind of the work you might have done, what I thought here. But I'm just figuring out your contribution, because when I have to write, that's right. So it's okay. When
Yes, sir.
AutoML idea
Yeah,
you have
by
taken
that
from
time,
AutoML.
AutoKeras library was already proposed and we have used that library. Ours is like we have developed an edge deployable model.
Okay, you have used the AutoKera. Okay, AutoKera is already, it is there. Kera's
Yes, sir.
library
It's already developed. Yeah, AutoKeras
already
library.
developed.
We
You
have
just
actually made a edge deployable model.
okay, just you just connect the dots and make your own way of doing this thing. But okay,
Yes, sir.
process you
And
might have.
improved the model accuracy from the previous paper that we have read.
Okay, for conference it is okay, but I don't find that novelty, because if you so many codes are available, of course, you have done those read so many papers. Okay, the first present, I mean, initial idea, whatever you are presenting comes is okay. Okay, then from my side it's okay. Now let's go for next.
Okay, thank you very much.
We're done with the questions. And kindly update the mark sheet. And Puneet sir, can you kindly fill the attendance form that has been shared? We've received attendance now.
Yeah, we can go to the next paper.
Okay. Moving on to the next paper. We have paper ID 1570783614, titled FDI linked spillovers and the Indian economic growth, the role of countries' absorptive capacity. The authors are Balraj Verma, Amit Srivastava, Ritika Mehta, Meenakshi Saini, and Jyoti Chandel. Any of the authors present in the meet? Kindly respond.
Yes, sir. I'm present here. My name is Balraj Verma.
Okay, so now we can begin.
All right. Thank you, Balraj. This is Ajay Goyal. A good presentation with the video, which was good. So my question is, you've taken up a very complicated subject and there's a lot of research and studies. Now, you also talked about human capital and FDI correlation with economic growth. Now, I
Right.
believe that there are a lot of documents which already says that just a pure FDI investment without enhancing the human capital will not lead to a long-term gain. So I was just wondering, I mean, this was a hypothesis which existed. There were a lot of things. So what new in this from that perspective? The work done is good, but I'm just trying to figure out.
Sir, different studies have done it differently, and the methodology which we have used is also different. Particularly in, what we have seen is that the time duration which we use will also impact the kind of result we may get. So country-specific studies are very limited, and it was very important to do some country-specific studies. And at the same time, because when I talk about our own country, we got liberalization, privatization, and globalization in real sense in 1991. And the data which we have used, it is from 1991 to 2020. So we have covered almost all the data in our study since we have adopted these policies. So this is how it was different. And also we have taken different proxies to represent our different variables, because different studies, see, most of the studies which are there, they have taken economic growth. They have not taken the economic growth. They have even gone for total factor productivity. So the way they have looked at it and the way they have presented it, that was different. So in our case, we have done this study like this.
Okay, very good. And how many years data you have taken, Balraj?
Sir, since 1991 to 2020.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's all from my side.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, yeah. I have some question from process side. Okay.
Ji, sir.
Some of the question. What is the data size? Can you tell me? I mean,
Sir, data size. I have just told that I have taken data from the year 1991 to 2020 for all the
okay.
variables, because it's a time series
So
data. No?
you don't know how to data size should be big, no?
Sir, it's big. It's very big. In fact, it's around 27 years data.
Okay, that also quantify. Actually, some question, they you should have some instant idea, instant insights. Okay, you read the data analytics part because it's such a big data. You might have done the data analytics.
Sir, I have used OLS regression
let me maybe some my understanding of your process may be different. Is it a problem of this, kind of AIML or something else, statistics?
No, it's from statistics, sir.
Acha, you use what kind of software? MATLAB, some kind of Simulink or what?
Sir, I have used eViews.
RStudio, R.
No, eViews, sir. eViews. Normally for analysis, I use Grittle or eViews. These two softwares.
What is the other software? Maybe I don't know because I'm from electronics engineering side.
Okay,
Okay,
sir. It's
maybe I
eViews,
don't
sir.
know.
eViews.
Okay, okay.
This
Yeah,
particular
when you
software is used primarily to do analysis on secondary data.
okay, okay. You do the reliability test, all these things. Whatever you got the score, you chi-square, and you are presenting those values.
Generally what we do, if we use primary data, in that case, because that's a fresh data and we are going to collect that, for that kind of data we use reliability as well as the validity test. But this is the secondary data which is there, and the World Bank and the United Nations Conference of Trade and Development, they have already published it. It is the actual data. So for that we do residual testing instead of reliability and validity testing.
Okay, okay. So what is your contribution? Just I was searching that because maybe many people they might have studied with same data, no? Because
Sir,
so many, it is very important problem for the any kind of the planning or economical planning, financial and all these things. Many data, many studies might have done it. So what is your, if there is that, you have developed the new statistical methods or process or kind of your analysis or what? Where you stand? What is your contribution?
Sir, our contribution is to see, because see, when there is secondary data, so see, government has already taken decision, right? Since long time, that whether they want to encourage FDI or in what different ways to encourage it. So our studies try to analyze empirically that the decision which they have taken, we want to validate that or we want to go against that. So just through our own study. And we also want to try, we also want to understand whether just encouraging FDI in an economy, so far we are doing our research on India, but it can be done on another country later on. But just encouraging FDI will lead to economic growth or not? So that was the second question. So what we have found is that just mere inflow of capital in any country will not result in the economic growth of that country. So we have tried to identify what are the other factors who are responsible for that. So through that, through literature, we have identified that there are certain country, characteristics of that particular country, which will determine whether the FDI will result in a positive way or negative way, at least in the long run. So there may be different countries specific characteristics, but we have understood and we have identified that this particular human capital is very important. And through our study, we try to validate whether this particular factor is playing its part or not. So in case of India, we have seen that the level of human capital is playing its role, and because of that we are in a position to what we can say is that we are in a position to utilize the foreign direct investment in the best possible way, primarily because see, this the human capital will decide the absorptive capacity of any country. So we have in a sense tried to validate it, and we have validated it in context to India.
This great, this great. What I understood from my side, you can correct. Of course, we have to conclude very soon. I mean, your contribution is in the data analysis. I mean, kind of result analysis side. Okay.
Yeah, that is there. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you are student of computer science or? Okay.
Sir,
can you compare the two data? Just the last sentence. I'm taking more time. There is two database. One is your stock exchange data, and other is your data of the FDI you are investing. You are studying the different countries, policies and all. How
Yes,
these
sir.
two data are different?
So stock market also illustrate the economic growth of a country, because ultimately
That is also dynamic data, and this is also dynamic data. If you see the different country, different parameters, different things.
yes,
Spain,
sir, because it's keep on changing, right? It's keep on changing, and because
just like
Sensex, like Sensex, Nifty, they are the index which represents the stock market. So if they are going up, the stock market means economy is booming. It's positive informations are coming in, and if they are going down, it means somehow the economy is not going well, and the investors, they are taking their money back. So this is how it happens.
now,
And in case of
in comparison to these two, which you find the more tougher? I mean, if you as a programmer, you programming your data and doing the all analysis. So, which data you find the tougher?
Sir, the selection of variable all depends upon the theory. It's all depend upon the theory. We go through the literature and we identify.
Okay, no problem. I think we should conclude here because anyway, you have attempted some questions. It's okay. Let's
Thank you,
say
sir.
complete. Okay, thank you. Your name is Balraj. Thank you.
Balraj Verma, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. It is from my side, please. Okay.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we are done with the questions for this session, and all these session says kindly update the mark sheet for this paper. And Puneet sir, kindly fill the attendance form that is shared with you. Puneet sir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay, great sir. So we'll move on to the next paper now. Next, we have paper ID 157077965. The topic is an approach to utilize e-commerce product reviews to remove irrelevant recommendations. And the authors are Dimple Chahal, Parul Gupta, and Payal Gulati. The authors are present in the meet. IND acknowledged.
Yeah, good evening. This is Dimple this side. I'll be presenting the paper.
Okay, good evening, Dimple. So we can begin. So the session is gonna ask questions.
Yeah, can I ask one question if I am okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. My question is very simple. Actually, similar kind of the codes are available. Okay. This is first question is this is your machine learning problem or something else?
Pardon, sir. This is my.
This is the machine learning AI ML problem or what? You are using this thing. Deep learning means I can guess you are using the.
Sir, basically what I have used is a unsupervised approach for extracting the features, which is LDA, topic modeling technique at that. But since it's a very traditional approach and it has been into existence since long, I wanted to shift towards a more recent or a novel technique.
What you use your Python or some kind of
Yeah, sir.
mathematics?
Yes, I used Python.
Use the Python. Okay, you use the library of this Kera and all this.
No. For NLP, for the under extracting the for doing the topic modeling process, I used Gensim library. Gensim has got inbuilt topic modeling
Yeah,
algorithms into it.
I understand. I understand. Basically, you did the sentiment analysis.
Sentiment analysis using text blob and the topic modeling wherein I'm extracting the features using Gensim.
Okay. Okay. So, but you did not give. I was thinking you will give some results also. It is not there.
Yes, till the time I was sending this paper, I haven't
Okay,
added the.
your data
It's
set you
just
have collected. What is this?
yeah.
Your data set kind of the Netflix, Amazon, or what? Where you got
Sir,
this
I
data?
collected it from Amazon. I scrapped it using a beautiful soup library of Python. I wanted to build my own dataset rather than. Yeah.
Okay, you made your own data set, and you take data
Yes,
set
sir.
from there, Amazon.
Yes, sir. Publicly available review comments which were there of a user for a particular phone, that is Apple iPhone 11, I scrapped it.
Yeah, actually, I have done also similar projects.
Okay.
What is the new? I could not find what is your contribution here.
Sir, I am trying to, my proposed approach is to improve the recommendation list.
Yeah.
The conventional approach is to identify what are the interesting items for a user, but I want to improve onto that list by including what are uninteresting. Say, for example, if out of 10 features which the user has, in totality, there are 10 features. The user has given 5 positive features. He has said that, okay, these are 5 features are positive. And he has said explicitly that 3 of them are negative. What about the rest of the 2 features? So trying to identify whether the rest of the 2 features should be incorporated into the recommendation list or not, that is what we have to decide using OCCF.
Okay. Okay, but I think similar work already is there. Anybody does any kind of the program, they used to give similar projects to solve.
It differs in the
Okay, then
approach
thank
that.
you, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, madam. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
It is open for rest.
So Dimple, one question. What you are saying is that in the end, you are looking at the uninteresting features, and then how you are evaluating that whether this has to be recommended to the users or not. What is the algorithm for that?
Sir, in the literature which I have studied, it is said that OCCF would be followed. That is one class collaborative filtering wherein low approximations would be used. So I'll have to convert the sentiment which I am obtaining, I'll have to quantify it to a number. And then based on the total matrix which is obtained for the user and the item, some low values would be injected into it so as to get the final approximation for those features which are not at all interesting for the user.
Okay. No, but have you seen some correlation that there are uninteresting? And did you do this across products? For example, you took up
No,
one
sir.
person.
I just started with it, so I did only
Okay.
for one product at that time.
Yeah. Because if you do it across products and across websites, for example, you are doing from Amazon, maybe do it from Flipkart or Netflix, and then you'll have more data to actually validate your claims, actually, right?
Okay, sir.
But good work. Yep.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any more questions?
No.
I think we can move on now. So session chairs kindly update the marks for this paper, and all the authors are requested not to leave the meet until the end. Until the end, no one has to leave the meet. Okay. So we'll be starting off with the next paper now. Next we have paper ID 1570779705. The topic is a fuzzy AHP approach for prioritization of parameter for hybridization of renewable resources. The authors are Soumya Deep Datta, Deepak Rajesh Dange. Both the authors present in the meet kindly acknowledge.
Yes, sir, I'm present. I'm Shaumadip Datta.
Okay, hi. Now we can begin the presentation. Either session chairs can now ask the questions.
Yeah, yeah, I can. You have worked on the fuzzy logic, no?
Yes,
To
sir.
find out to the priorities of the parameters.
Yes, sir. I have used fuzzy AHP.
Okay. Can you tell what is the major contribution of this? I could not follow completely, but can you tell me?
Sir, basically we have taken three criteria: data availability, accessibility, and requirement of primary data. Depending on that criteria, we have ranked the parameters which can be further used to select the best hybrid power plant setup in a specific location.
Mm. Okay, this data you have taken on your own. Yes.
Yes, sir, some of the data like discharge and rainfall data, we have taken it from local government, and the other data like radiation, wind speed, we have taken it from online portal, NASA Power portal.
Okay. Just you did a study to you give the prediction. This online
Yes, sir.
data, government also online data. I mean, you took online or personal. Anyway, the data is one of the factor here. Otherwise, you have done the analysis by fuzzy logic. Okay.
Sir, it is available on NASA Power website.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Okay, then I don't have much question here. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any question.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so now we can move on to the last paper for this session. And session says kindly update the marks for this paper as well. So now we have paper ID 1570 783747. The topic is data-driven state of health and remaining useful, life estimation of lithium-ion batteries in a closed-loop system of electric vehicles. The authors are Ashish Marisetti, Prathish Raj Medi, Aparna Sinha, and Debanjan Das. Any of the author present in the meet?
Yeah, I'm present.
Okay, so we can begin now.
Yeah, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
So, do you have any plans to apply this algorithm on any actual battery and get the results?
Sir, till now we haven't actually gotten any real life battery data set because we couldn't get hold of such data set from an electric vehicle. So we have just used open source data sets that are currently available.
Why don't you try an actual battery and implement this? Why you want data set? You can create your own data set by an just go and buy one electric vehicle battery and do the experiment, and you will get all the data set what you want.
Sure, sir. For the for the further scope of this work, we can work on that. But we didn't do that in this particular thing because, as we said, we couldn't get hold of such a vehicle, so we opted for open source data sets.
I think you have taken a very important problem and which you are trying to do, but using just software portion, you are not going to get benefited. So in my opinion, you should have a real time battery and you should use data set from that and then try to prove that your model is correct. That is the first observation. Second observation, I can see you have told that even battery capacitance, end of life, and lower voltage protection, upper voltage protection, all those things you can do using this, which is the requirement for any battery health monitoring as well as prediction of end life. But I can see you have given only one result where prediction versus actual your algorithm how it is working, and that too I can see there is a lot of variations. So why you have not given remaining results, and why there is a distinct variation with respect to your prediction versus your model calculations?
Like 1 second, sir. Can you split the question? I just got caught up in what you said the first.
Can you go back to your results and discussion slide where you have shown the results of your data set?
1 second, sir. Yeah, so you're saying that why have just plotted it against the cycle index, right? So,
Yeah.
sir, because we have we have 8 different sort of parameters that they are there in the data set. But the cycle index is the one that is sort of used as the x-axis because we can clearly see the degradation if we take it across that parameter. So for that reason itself, we have chose that parameter to plot it against. That's the reason, sir, actually.
And you have not tried other parameters at all?
No, sir. We have done, sir, because only that's the identifier that is there, the cycle index. But we have used rest of the parameters too as part of the feature matrix.
So what kind of results you got in other parameters like capacitance? How was your
Sir,
result?
so sir, the way I think there's a sort of misunderstanding. So the way we have done that is we have the cycle index, we have the temperature, we have the ambient temperature, we have I can't 1 second, sir. We have the voltage, we have the capacitance, we have the battery temperature, we have the ambient battery temperature, we have the cycle index as part of feature.
Yeah.
And we also have the capacitance associated with that at that particular time. So what we have done is we have took the capacitance and we have divided it by the actual capacitance that there should be. So now that becomes our target column, and now we have predicted that variable. And to plot, we have just took the identifier which is the cycle index and plotted it against that of the actual capacitance and our predicted capacitance. But
Yeah,
for
that
the prediction, we have used all the features. Here, capacitance is used to calculate the target variable, but not as a feature in the matrix. Because then
okay.
it will
Let's
be
leave it here. I would like to know why there
Yes,
is difference.
yeah, sorry to interrupt. Actually, the members of next meet have joined already, so we must wrap this up.
Sure.
Okay, so now we conclude with the session. This was the last paper. And I request everyone to turn on their cameras for a group picture. All the authors and the session chairs. Okay. So thank you everyone for being a part of this session. I hope you all had a great learning experience, and thank you to all the session chairs for taking out your valuable time. And yeah, everyone can leave the meet now. The session is over. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I'll call you again. Huh?
Okay. Okay. For the I'll contact you for the attendance and signature.
Charu, are you there?
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Dent.
Good morning, or good evening, I should say. I have a
Good
question.
morning to you.
I'm using a background. Does the IEEE logo on your screen look backwards? Because on mine, it looks backwards.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me try to share my screen and share the PowerPoint, and then I'll get back to this one. Okay? It's thinking. Mhm.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm trying to figure out how to
How are you,
allow.
sir?
Very well. I'm trying to figure out how to allow my screen sharing with WebEx, and it doesn't seem to have that ability. So I'm looking.
Actually, sir, I think the host hasn't transferred you the presenter rights. I request the host to kindly transfer the presenter rights to sir, please, so that he can try for his presentation once.
Okay, so let me get out of there, get back into here. So you're saying I don't have share rights yet? Aha.
Yeah, you don't have the share rights yet. I have just requested the host to transfer them to you.
Thank you.
Yes. I think he would be transferring them in a minute or so. I don't seem to find him there.
I see. Now I'm a co-host. Okay. So now,
Yeah, I think you can present now.
well, but it's still saying that wait, okay, hold on. It's still saying I have to open my system preferences on my computer. I'm using a Mac that I don't usually, well, I don't usually use WebEx, so that, so camera is okay for WebEx. Microphone is okay for WebEx. Accessibility, no. So I don't seem to have full dick. Oh, wait. Hang on. Okay. Oh, boy. Okay, it looks like I'm gonna have to quit and come back in.
No
Let me
issues,
see
sir.
what,
We are
let me
waiting
see,
here.
let me see whether that's, yeah, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to leave my meeting. Okay, so I'm back. Let me see if I can share now.
Yes, sir, please try.
It still says I have to open the system preferences. Okay, wonderful. I'm glad I came on early. All right. Let's see what else I got to put on.
I can just check if we have your presentation and maybe one of us can present it for you.
I understand, but obviously it's going to go slower if I have to say next, 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 next. So
Yeah,
let's
I
see.
agree on that.
Let's see if we can figure
So
this
we
out.
can, yeah, sure.
Wonderful. Just wonderful. Okay. See if that's good enough. No, it still says I have to grant system preferences. I don't understand that. Stupid computers. Cool.
Pratap, can you please remove your presentation for now? Sir is trying to check if he can
No,
present his presentation.
leave it the way it is now, because I want to make sure that I can do it. I'm sure that if it doesn't give me heartburn again, we'll be all right. But I don't see anywhere that I don't have WebEx turned on in the system preferences. All right, we'll try one more time. So what you're saying is if I try to share now, yeah, but it's giving me the open system preferences garbage again. I guess I'm gonna have to do next, or I don't know how else we're gonna do this. I'm sorry.
No issues, sir. We'll present your presentation. It's not an issue.
Okay.
I will just tell the backend team to send the presentation to the presenter.
Okay. So Sharon, are you going to be the next person?
Actually, Charu will be moderating the session.
So what I mean is
Yeah.
somebody's going to have to advance the slides. I don't know that I can.
Yeah, no issues, sir. I think Pratap will be presented and he is only going to change the slides for you.
All right. Thank you. All right. So let's go back to your slide set and let's do a quick practice so I can see how things are going.
Yeah. Pratap, please go ahead with your presentation, the banner.
Yes.
Okay. So next.
Okay, just a second.
Is there any way for me to get access for me to be able to do something to advance the slides? And by the way, there's an error. It says the plenary talk is on electric vehicles. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about scalability.
Yeah, scalability. I will just ask if Gagan is present on call right now. Just give me a second. I'll just call them and have the errors corrected.
Hmm. Okay. Not sure why the rest of it isn't showing up. There's stuff that's missing on that slide. I hope that that's not going to happen. Yeah, could you go to the next slide? Because I didn't see anything at all on that one. Houston, we have a problem.
Okay, I am figuring out the issue. Yes, sir. Just give a minute.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Good evening. This is Gagan. This side. Am I audible?
Yes, Gagan, you are audible.
Hey, Pratap, just wait a second. Let me share the sir's presentation and try if it is visible right now.
Thank you, Gagan. Ah, that looks better. All right.
Is it all right now?
Now, it does look much better now. Yes, thank you. I don't suspect that there's any way that I can actually be moving the slides one by one. Presumably, since it's your screen, you have to do it. Is that correct?
That is indeed correct. I hope Uttam sir is present in the meet right now. Let me see if we can make you host and give you the provided access in which maybe you'll be able to, move the slide by yourself.
Okay. The challenge that I have, Gagan, is that for some reason, WebEx wants me to change something in my system preferences, and everything that I have access to seems to say that WebEx has got all the permissions that we need. But since I don't use WebEx too often, that's why I, I'm struggling.
No, so that is completely understandable. It's a fault on our end that I could not arrange a Zoom meeting for you.
No apologies necessary. Everything's cool. It's just the fault is on my end. My computer is being stubborn and doesn't want to allow me to present my material. It's not your fault. It's my
That
computer's
is
fault.
not a problem at all, sir. How about you and I both, let me assist you in giving this presentation. Maybe I
Thank
can
you.
run through the slides if that is all right with you.
That's perfectly fine. I don't think there's any other way that we can do it. So that'll be perfectly fine. I guess I'll say next when I'm ready to change the slide. How's that sound?
Yeah, that would be perfect, sir.
Sir, are you getting an option for ask to control? Because I'm getting it on my desktop. So I think if you can click on it, you might get to control the presentation. It's on the left side.
On the left side,
There's a small mouse icon and it says ask to control. Do you have that?
no, I don't think so.
Okay.
I have chat, I have participants, I have apps. Stop. No.
So on the left-hand side of your screen, just
It
where
says
Gagan is
show
presenting,
caption.
where the
Oh,
content
wait.
is being shared, there is a small mouse.
All I see on the left-hand side is show captions. And then above that, I have a squiggly bar.
Actually,
Ask
so
control.
maybe I can assign the access to you as well. Let me try that and provide you with the access and see if you can have the control to my screen.
Excellent.
Have you received a pop-up yet?
Yes. Take control. Okay. Let me see if I can do that now. So what do okay, escape.
I believe you can't escape the presentation as I'm only sharing
Yeah, but
PowerPoint.
I'm still not seeing any mouse or anything there. I see my cursor, but pressing.
All right, so can you maybe try, clicking the right margin of the screen, right part? Maybe if, we can flip through the slides or you can, yeah, that is working, I guess.
Okay. Okay.
All right. All right.
Let me do that back. Is that going in the wrong direction? Yeah, it's going in the wrong direction. Can you reset it to the front? Thank you. Thank you.
Oh,
So for where it just means I have to press it on there. Okay. I think
all
we're
right.
two thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right.
Right.
So now, Charu, you have the ball.
Great. So Gagan, can we start or should we wait for participants to join?
Um, I think we can start with the session right now, as of now, right now, but I'm facing some difficulties to face my camera. So you won't be able to
That's
see me, I
okay.
guess, but I think we can start with the session.
Yeah, great. So a very good evening to everyone. On behalf of IEEE DELCON, I, Charu Kaushik, would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you for this enlightening session on scalability of IEEE membership. Today's session would be overviewing the structure of IEEE with an eye on providing the students choices and opportunities for serving and for being served through their membership and leadership roles in IEEE. For this, we have with us today the esteemed guest, Dr. Charles Rubenstein. Dr. Rubenstein is a professor of engineering and information science at Pratt Institute School of Liberal Arts and Sciences, where he teaches electronics and Arduino computer design courses for non-engineering students. Presently, Dr. Charles is an active and avid IEEE Life senior member. He was an IEEE USA Conferences Committee Chair 2012 to 2017 and Member Emeritus of the Technology and Engineering Management Society ADCOM. He was a member of IEEE Board of Directors 2010 to 2011 and Region 1 Chair NEUSA, and has also served as a member of the IEEE's Educational Activities Board, MGA Board, Publications Products and Services Board, Technical Activities Board, and United States Activities Board. For more than a dozen IEEE conferences, he has founded, chaired, or served as a treasurer. He has conducted technical and leadership training workshops and made SPAC presentations to students and YP groups all over the world and received many IEEE awards in the process. Currently, he is the Region 1 Conferences Coordinator and Vice Chair, SPACs Committee. Kindly note that this event is being conducted under the Student Professional Awareness Program, SPACs, wherein we wish to bridge the gap between academics and the professional world by helping students and young professionals prepare for their professional futures by providing students a chance to listen to experienced engineers from diverse backgrounds and discuss topics from various professional development categories. Before delegating the stage to you, sir, I would like to request all the panelists to switch on their cameras for a group photograph. Thank you all. Kindly note attendees are requested to post their questions in the Q&A box, which will be addressed one by one post this session by our esteemed speaker. I would now like to take the opportunity to welcome Dr. Charles Rubenstein to IEEE DELCON and request him to take over and begin with the session.
Thank you very much, Charu. I really appreciate all the efforts that you folks are doing over there. I'm sorry I can't be with you for obvious reasons. And more importantly, I hope everyone is well, safe, and is going to be going forward and moving forward in their professions. So as you've already indicated, my presentation is on scalability of IEEE membership. As you were going through my short bio, I recognize the fact that as a life senior member, I've done an awful lot of stuff, and I hope that as a result of this presentation, if you aren't already volunteering, that all of you listening to me will be volunteering, much like Sharu and Gagan and many of the others that are here on the call. Okay, so students and gold member, whoops, sorry. I'm trying to, can we go back one? So, Gagan?
You have the whole access, sir. Actually, I can't do anything.
Okay, so how do I go back? There, right.
Just like you did right now.
Okay. I'm struggling with this. Okay.
That is completely all right, sir.
Okay. One switch. Okay. Nothing happened. One switch. Nothing happened. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, so most of you are not aware, and by the way, although it says student and gold members, and it should say YP instead of gold, I have to fix that on this. The original program was graduates of the last decade. Now it's the young professionals. I have to tell you that many of your colleagues, many of your leaders in IEEE don't really know how much power they have and the scalability of their membership. So this presentation overviews the structure of the IEEE. It gives you some background in SPAC, which is the Student Professional Awareness Conferences, and it gives you the concepts of choices and opportunities for you being served and for you serving your fellow members. Again, I'm focusing on the professional development tools that are available through your region and section, through your student activities and professional activities coordinators. So what are we doing here? We're going to be covering all of these techniques that you already know, and some of them that are going to be hopefully new to you: computer technology tools, electronic communications, e-commerce and networking requirements, the structure and management of IEEE, scalability, and performance, as well as the reliability of IEEE. So in your lab experiments, in your work putting together your lab reports, you find that noise is collected, analysis of that noise yields data, distilling that data gives you information, information evaluation yields knowledge, and then finally, that knowledge and your understanding of the topics that you're working on yields insight into future designs, future activities. Your communication tools are incredible: email, blogs, podcasting, word processing, spreadsheet use, circuit and system simulation tools, and PowerPoint presentations like this one. E-commerce and networking requirements when you get out in the field require scalability, require performance, and require reliability. But those are also your professional society member needs. I know you can't read this. This is what we call an eye chart. Hopefully the folks at DELCON will make the PowerPoint in PDF form available to you, but let me highlight a couple of the numbers here. IEEE is huge. It's 420,000 members or more in over 180 countries. There are 84,000 student members, about 51,000 graduate student members, 355 sections, chapters. In terms of student branches, there are 3,000 in 100 countries, almost 1,500 student branch chapters, and 438 student branch affinity groups. We'll talk a little bit about all of those things later. What's also important about IEEE is that we're one of the major publications producers throughout the world in electrotechnology, where our Explore database has over 3 million documents, and IEEE various entities publish and more than 130 transactions, journals, and magazines. I didn't mention it, but I mention it now that there is also standards. I'm sure that some of you realize that 802 is an IEEE standard. Wi-Fi is an IEEE standard. So let's take a look at where you are. Anywhere in the world, especially in India, there you are. You're one of 420,000 members, and you're in Region 10, Asia and Pacific. But there are other regions. There are a total of 10 regions. Regions 1 through 6 are in the United States. Region 7 is Canada. Region 8 is Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. And Region 9 is Latin America. Now, I'm going to show you again a bit of an art chart, but it's not too bad. It shows you the breakdown of, again, when we look at numbers of members and what have you, depending on what day of the week we look at it, the numbers are a little different. In terms of voting members, there are somewhere between 400 and 450,000 voting members. Actually, 300 and 350,000 voting members, and the total is somewhere between 400 and 450,000. As you can see here, Region 10 has 125,000 members, which is 30% of the IEEE. Up until recently, the IEEE was predominantly housed with members in the US, but since maybe 3 to 5 years ago, Region 8 and Region 10 have been growing like crazy, and now they are the majority for our membership. In Regions 1 through 6, which is the United States, you have a variety of different sets of regions. Bear in mind that in the future, those region earmarks and demarcations may change, but in general, what I'm going to tell you is a little secret. If you become a volunteer and you actually volunteer and you do good job and you do good work for the IEEE, for your fellow Americans and Indians and members throughout the world, you're going to have an opportunity to present like I am today in India. Now, true, I'm not in India now, but I've been there twice making presentations, and I've been in total to about 38 of the 50 United States and more than a dozen countries. In the United States, and I'm going to hit India in a moment, but in the United States, this is kind of like the breakdown. I don't know if you can see my mouse or not, but here's the region 6 analysis. This is the world map that we just saw. Then we can break that down into regions 1 through 6, and region 6 is the Western US. We break down a region into areas and councils, and we'll talk more about your councils a little later. Councils are made up of sections. Sections have one or more student branches in them. And again, in the student branches, we can also have student branch chapters and affinity groups, etc. So let's focus for a moment on Region 10. So here's the breakdown of Region 10. Again, 125,000 members. You're overseen by a region board. That region board controls activities going on in various areas of the region, in the 6 councils of the region, one of which is your India Council, in 57 different sections, one of which is the Delhi section, in subsections, in some cases, in student branches, affinity groups, student branch chapters, student branch affinity groups. As you can see, the makeup of Region 10 is not too much different than any other region. What you may not know is that volunteers like myself, like those that are running DELCON, are the ones that manage not only DELCON, but all IEEE boards and organizational units. You know, I have on the next few slides some of your leadership positions and the folks that are the ones that you can reach out to. So if we start with your Delhi section, each and every one of your student branches and branch chapters, etc., operates under the local section. And we're very delighted to let you know that Professor Garg is your student activities chair as well as the section chair. You also have a website associated with the section, and obviously you know about the website for DELCON. The Delhi section also has a student section rep, in fact, 2 of them. Gagan is on the call here, and he actually set up my being here. And we have 2 of you that are there, and that's for this year. On a regular basis, those student representatives change at the section level, and it's very possible that through your activities at your section branch, excuse me, student branch, you might be the next SSR. Each section in India operates under the India Council. Your India Council also has a leadership structure, as you can see here. Chair is Dr. Nar, etc. You have a vice chair of student activities, Dr. Vijayla, and there is a council website, as well as the fact that there is a special student coordination team in your council. Your advisor and chair are listed there. And then in Region 10, we don't give up on students even at the regional level. Each council, each section operates under the executive committee. And in that operation, they handle various bits and pieces of your member life. And your region director and director-elect are listed there, as well as the Region 10 website. You also have your section, excuse me, student leadership contacts. Your RSAC is Professor Cruz. Your RSR is Ms. Hippola. And with respect to your SPACs, which is Student Professional Awareness Experience, Pagan Episan Pethagog is your SPACs coordinator. Again, as in every situation, there is a student website or more at section level, council level, and this is the list of the where the section, rather the student activities website is at the region level. Let's look at the board. Okay, so we've got the region. All right, region is the closest to region, council, section, student branch. That's close touch to your actual member, but the governance of the regions is in the Member and Geographic Activities Board. The governance of our technical societies is in the Technical Activities Board. IEEE USA covers the activities of the United States. Educational Activities Board obviously covers education, publication services and products, covers publications, and we have a Standards Activities Board. Over all of those boards is the IEEE Board of Directors. I'm delighted to say that I have been elected in many different venues and have served on all of these boards with the exception of standards because I'm not in that particular area of my career. So your IEEE membership is valued. You get knowledge, can stay current. You have a community of people to network with. And of course, the profession, we give you all the tools that you need to be able to enhance and advance your career. The technical IEEE under the Technical Activities Board is divided into 10 divisions, which encompass about 45 technical societies and councils. Your section itself has chapters of those technical groups within it and gives technical conferences, technical programs on a monthly basis. Here's a listing of all the technical societies. No, I'm not going to go through it, but again, the slides will be available. You'll be able to look at that yourself. In terms of the other benefits, bear in mind that as an IEEE member, you get a discount to attend conferences. There are Google apps, there's email alias, MemberNet. You have access to your local meetings, online communities, as we'll see on the next slide. And you get the opportunity to become a volunteer. And immediately after graduation, you become a young professional. In terms of the volunteering opportunities, you start with your student branch activities. Maybe you arrange for a technical program, et cetera. Then you go to the local section. The local section then gets looked at the region level, and the region says, you're doing a great job there. Why don't you come up to the region and help all the sections, all the councils, what have you. And then finally, we go to the board level and globally volunteering. So the scalability of your membership starts when you're a member. As a student, as a young professional, we as Women in Engineering, it starts as your chapter meeting, conference speaker, or organizer, as a local chapter chair, a local section chair. You can continue as a regional or technical society board member or officer, technical society or council member, officer, or president. And then the various boards, MGA, TAB, IEEE USA, EAB, PSPB, and SA, board members or officers. Your regional your regional director comes from the region. Your technical division director comes from the technical areas, the fields of interest. Your 2022 region director is Dr. Mathar, and coming up next year would be Dr. Fung for, in each case, a 2-year period. I haven't had a chance to check to see how many of the technical activities, student standards activities, or other VPs have come from Region 10, but I'm delighted to let you know that just 2 years ago, Toshio-san, Toshio Fukada from Japan was the IEEE president. So as you can see, starting as a student volunteer, there's no ceiling for you. IEEE makes you keep current. By keeping current, all of these technical aspects are available to you. And with respect to the IEEE's reliability, we've been in business over 140 years. We started out as the AIEE in 1884, the IRE in 1912, and then in 1963, those two organizations joined together to become the IEEE. Mentioned already the Explore online library resources. We're going to be talking about SPACs in a few minutes, and that's a program that has lasted more than 40 years. So depending on where you're located, you may or may not have the option of having some specific benefits that the IEEE benefits folks provide to you. I'm not aware of the benefits that you have other than the discounts for attending conferences, et cetera, in Region 10. Okay. There's lots and lots of career resources that IEEE puts together. There are awards, career webinars, various libraries and continuing education. The IEEE has a job site. There are mentoring aspects, women in engineering, elevation from your regular membership to a senior member, et cetera. Not all of these are available in every region, but I'm sure if you're interested, somebody you'll find some way for you to get hooked up with that. Not the least of the opportunities are the fact that there are student awards, scholarships, and fellowships available through most of our technical presentations, technical societies, excuse me. So here is your communication. There's Collaboratech, which I hope most of you are aware of. IEEE has a Facebook. I guess now it's called Metaverse or whatever. There's Instagram, and there's an IEEE students page as well. More member discounts with respect to IEEE publications, books, ebooks, et cetera. There are a variety of affinity programs that offer savings. And when you have an IEEE member discount, if it's available to you, it probably gives you a major discount, 10 or more percent. With respect to honor societies, the IEEE absorbed and now is the owner-operator of Eta Kappa Nu. And those of you that are student members of IEEE can certainly also seek elevation to become a member of Eta Kappa Nu. It's an honor society that is not only for students, there are also options for working engineers that, for whatever reason, when they were a student, were unable to become an Eta Kappa Nu member. Why should you stay in IEEE after graduation? We know that during your student years, the cost of membership is very, very small. However, when you graduate, then you become a young professional, and the young professional options include sharing resources, networking among your peers, leadership and management training. You can continue your IEEE alias. There's IEEE insurance in many countries. And in general, if your section has one or if your region has one, reach out to that YP chair for more information in your area. Another thing that you should be aware of is once you become a graduate student member or young professional, it's not only your privilege, but it's your responsibility to vote in IEEE elections for our various senior leadership. You have to be a leader to take the lead. Whoa, okay. So I guess I've convinced you by now that the IEEE is huge. But where do you fit in? Where do you go to volunteer? Well, you might say that if you're in your student branch, become a student branch officer. Try to encourage your IEEE IEEE graduate student members to work alongside the student branch. Enlist some of the YPs in the area and women in engineering members in the area to come in and give presentations. Participate in the fun and become a volunteer yourself. That's the bottom line here. Okay. Your service as an IEEE volunteer gives you experience in leadership and management, presentation skills at very low risk with potentially very wide exposure. I say that not humbly, that I remember many years ago, a person came to one of the region meetings Then we had overhead projectors. He had a piece of plastic which had handwritten scribbles on it. He put it on the overhead projector, and he couldn't even figure out what it was saying. Subsequently, we took him over to the side. We said, look, you've got to use PowerPoint. You got to use a little bit more professionalism. That person became a director and also one of our IEEE presidents. So the fact that he may have not done a great job the first time around, he didn't get fired. He got hired to do more and more and more. Bear in mind that when you take a job in IEEE, people watch, people see, people help you. Within your section and chapters, there are awards and recognition programs, consultants networks, employment career activities. The one that we're going to focus on here, though, is the Student Professional Awareness Conferences. IEEE MGA Student Activities Committee, SPAC's committee is where I'm hailing from right now. I'm talking to you as one of the vice chairs, specifically for regions 1 through 6. This is, again, a bit of an eye chart. We'll cover some of these things a little bit later, but the important thing is to know that's students.ieee.org/SPAX/SPAX-events will get you to a page which will tell you more about what we're talking about today. The original SPACs, or Student Professional Awareness Experience, came about 1970s with some folks in the IEEE in the United States coming together and saying, look, we've got to have a one-day student professional awareness conference, and that is what we're talking about here. We're talking about students creating a conference, running a conference, giving a conference to fellow students. One of the things that the SPA experience could include, by the way, is at your student branch doing an IEEE Day event. And again, that's every year. Typically, it's the first Tuesday in October. Last year, it was the 5th. This year, it's the 4th of October. But in 1979 or so, the SPAC began. One of the side results of running the SPACs was to have the ability for your student branch to encourage additional students to become members by having a fee for non-members and, in many cases, no fee for student members. And again, we'll talk about it in a second, but there are 8 topic areas that are covered within the SPAC. And there's a wide variety of regions 1 through 10 folks that are giving presentations like this one on a variety of those topics. It seems to me, at least, in all the years that I've been doing SPACs, that SPAC is more fun than going to an Oktoberfest or some festival that you have, which is equally happy. There's student organized mini conference. And as a student with an SPAC in your background, you've looked at conference planning and budgets, how to contact speakers and industry leaders, how to make presentations, and how to find funding sources for running this conference. The coordination, by the way, between more than one student branches is always encouraged, because then we can use the same SPAC speakers going from one to the other of the student branch SPACs. The 8 topics: career development, professional integrity, etc. We're going to go through these one by one anyway, so I'm not going to read this page. I'm going to go to the next page and say that there are career development SPAC topics, topics in professional integrity, personal skills, engineers and public policy, leadership and professional organizations. And by the way, this is one of the presentations in that topic area. Practice of innovation, art of communication, and the Humanitarian Grand Challenges, which is one of the newer ones. So what resources are available at SPIEX? Well, your SPIEX coordinator, Pasan, can help you with your student branch with speakers, virtual and on ground, matching funds from SPIEX, leading you where the region and section might have funds available for you, helping you with promotion and reporting. And in general, your regional coordinator can assist you with branding and other options. So how do you go about creating your branch's SPAC? The important thing is to come up with a budget, all right? A day, a time, a budget. The budget would include any registration fees, for example, no charge for members, $10 for others, any donations and grants that the region, the section, or student government in your school have, expenses that you'll run into. Sometimes, even though you're within the college, there might be a meeting room, a Wi-Fi, or an AV cost. Typically, they're very, very low. There may be catering that you want to do. Depending on when you start, as you'll see in the next slide, the catering could include breakfast and could include a pizza or actually a lunch. You might have badges, name badges, folders, bags, giveaways, etc. You also should be aware that there is, in many cases, some regions have seed money, and surpluses are the difference between what it costs to run and what your income was. In general, there are lots of roles within an SPAC. These are some of the ones that are most important: the general chair, program speaker chair, facilities, food and beverage coordinator, etc. Some SPACs actually incorporate a hackathon in them as well. Bear in mind that the many folks that are volunteering for DELCON can give you a heads up as to how to go about working out a conference and welcoming you and your colleagues to your campus. A full day event might start with breakfast registration, have a session or a plenary, a welcome and introductions, possibly by the dean or the president of the school, then a lunch break, then another session, maybe another break, a third session, maybe a career panel at that point, and then you close by the end of the day. These are just guidelines. Again, each SPAC, each SPA-X has a different timing. Some of them are half day, some of them are full day, some of them are evening programs. When you are a volunteer and when you are working with volunteers, it's very important that you understand what we call micro-volunteering. Micro-volunteering, and there are 12 basic needs that are listed here, but micro-volunteering primarily suggests that a volunteer be selected to do a small piece of a large problem. So, for example, maybe you're going to introduce the speakers. Maybe you're going to, if it's an on-ground activity, you're going to arrange to pick up the speaker from their hotel or the airport or what have you. These are small, identifiable, limited roles that you're going to have. Clearly, you can have a much greater role, like as chair of the session, chair of the conference, etc. But each of these 12 different pieces that are here, as well as the ones on this page, talk about getting volunteers. And I like the iced tea idea. I'm actually drinking warm tea right now. But the iced tea tells you just identify a potential volunteer, contact them personally, enlist their help, designate a very small task for them to do. After they've done it, thank them profusely for doing that great job of collating 4 pieces of paper together and putting a staple on it. Encourage them to stay involved in the future and ask them to help again. If you don't ask, nobody's going to volunteer. All right, some of us will volunteer, but by the time you start volunteering on your own, you have what I call the IEEE virus. And that virus is a volunteer virus. That's a good virus. It doesn't need any inoculations or vaccinations or boosters. It's good stuff. So if you need help or suggestions, contact Pasan, contact Adil, contact me. Our emails are listed here. And thank you for listening. Thank you for all of your consideration of being or becoming a volunteer. And let me again indicate that because of you volunteering, IEEE is not only networking your world, it's rocking it. Now, I have a couple of extra slides here on SPA X. I'm just going to click through them. Please review them if you like. It's possible that Pasan or someone else might be also doing that later on during the session. But at this point, I'd like to, one second. Okay, I'd like to hand it back to you, Sharu. And again, thank you for this opportunity to being in India for the third time in my life. This time in Delhi, I've been in Kolkata, and I've been in Gujarat on the east, on the west, and on the east. Now I guess I'm in the middle.
Thank you so much to our esteemed guests for imparting your valuable knowledge to the participants through this session. We will now take up questions from the participants, and we have shortlisted a few questions asked by the participants previously. So moving forth with the first question, sir. What are the requirements and benefits of becoming an IEEE senior member?
Okay. So the senior member level, again, if we went through all the levels, there's associate, member. The next level up is senior member. The senior member designation requires that you typically have 5 years past your baccalaureate and have worked in progressively important and more managerial levels and in your career. Typically, if you have a master's or a doctorate, that counts towards that 5-year time period, but you have to show that you are in a management area, managing people, not just working by yourself. There is a very simple application process that's available online. And again, if you are interested in that, my recommendation is contact your section's membership development chair, and he or she will be more than happy to let you know how to do that.
Thank you for answering. The next question is, what are the skill sets and knowledge required to do the same, that is bridging the gap between students and professionals?
Well, I think there's a misunderstanding in that question. I think that many students are professionals, and certainly when they get past the first year or two of their engineering or electrotechnology training, they have a profession that they can work with. The skills that you need are communication skills, PowerPoint skills, understanding how to use a spreadsheet at times, understanding the various. There's an echo. Okay, understanding the various software simulation tools that might be in your particular profession. Each profession has its own set of skills, but I think communication is a very important one. I know many electrotechnology people who they can design the heck out of anything, but they can't tell you what they did. Not because they can't tell you and they'd have to shoot you if they did. They can't tell you because they don't have the communication skills. It's really important for you to develop these communication skills.
Great. Thank you so much for answering the question. There's another one. it would be great if you could share with the participants some opportunities for students, women, and young professionals that have been created recently in SPACs.
Well, you have, I believe, a little later today, Pasan is going to be making uh, a, a presentation for SPA-X that should cover that in terms of the, excuse me, and in terms of the SPAC, the SPAC website will give you the various topics that are appropriate for you to review. I'm sorry, excuse me a second. That you can review and contact the various presenters and find out more about them. I'm not sure if I've completely answered that question, but I tried my best.
Yes, thank you so much for answering all the questions. I would like to request all the panelists to again switch on their cameras for a group photograph.
I think you're on mute.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So on behalf of IEEE DELCON, I would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Charles Rubinstein, who took out time from his busy schedule and edified everyone with his expertise. It was an honor to have you here as a speaker today, sir. To express our deepest regards, we would like to present an e-memento to Dr. Charles Rubinstein as a token of our appreciation and to acknowledge his gracious presence.
That's beautiful. I hope you're going to email it to me.
Sure,
Definitely,
sir.
sir. I'll be emailing to you. Thank you for gracing us with the presence. It was wonderful
Thank
to
you.
connect with you today.
Thank you. Thank
I'll
you. And as I tell almost everyone, I live at c.rubenstein@ieee.org. So pop me an email, except for Tuesdays and Wednesdays when I'm teaching all day. I sometimes respond to your email before you think that you sent it to me. So please don't hesitate to add me as one of the contacts as needed. I don't have all this expertise for Region 10 challenges, but I'm sure that Pasan and Gagan and many of the others that are associated with DELCON do have that and can assist you as well. So I wish you all safe and healthy 22, 23 academic year, or 21, 22 academic year, and for many years in the future. I hope that I'll see you presenting at the next DELCON.
Thank you so much for your kind words, sir. On behalf of IEEE DELCON, I would like to thank everyone for your patience and valuable participation. With this, we wrap up with day 2 and hope to have an enthusiastic day 3 tomorrow. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of this session. See you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you, Gagan. I appreciate your sharing your
Thank you, sir,
slides so
for
I can
joining
share
us.
my slides
Oh,
with you.
definitely, it is amazing how we could coordinate this session.
So I know I sent you, or I put on my website, the slide set that you have. I did notice
Yeah,
one or two errors.
definitely. So I'll be sharing your slides as well as your contact details with the participants.
Wait. I did see a couple of minor errors, specifically the gold instead of YP. So
Right,
I
sir.
will be brushing up a couple of those and then sending them back. And I'll let you know, it'll probably be later today.
Definitely, sir. Please feel free to do so and connect with me whenever that is in.
Thank you. Bye now. I guess I'm supposed to log off now?
Yeah, right.
Yes.
That is right, sir.
I don't know.
Have a good night, sir.
And good night.
This morning, actually, right? Yeah. So have a
Oh, it's
good day, sir.
morning there. All right. I can't figure that one out. What is it, 10 and a half hours, something like that?
Right, sir.
Okay, well, enjoy your day and enjoy the weekend, and best of luck with the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, sir.